I am.
I think so. I'm filling in for another attorney, so he could be. Okay,
I've been
okay,
here
so
since-
am I good to run across? Okay, great.
Well, I
Thank
mean,
you.
if it's- oh, okay. Yeah. There's initial statement. Yeah. Yes. Let me, you have a case number or a set? Oh, no. It's actually gonna be the debt over there. That's the regular criminal trial prosecutors. And so it should be in one house. Oh, yes. I've got one. Which is, in so.
I have no.
So.
All right, everyone, it is 9 a.m. And I believe, what is this? Is this Thursday? Time is flying. We're almost through the entire month of January. And Deputy Laura, as you know, I like to pronounce everything correctly, including everybody's names. Someone sent me an email, Paul from Cincinnati. And he said, it's Iran, not Iran. And you know what? He is correct. So the next time we have someone in here from Iran, I'm going to say Iran. The I is an E. All right. So everyone, today is Thursday. Let's make it a good Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday, so the weekend is almost upon us. I'm going to call the docket. When I call your name, please let me know you're here. If you don't answer, I'm going to assume you're not here, and a warrant may be issued for your arrest, and then your Thursday is not going to be a so good Thursday. All right, we have Russell Hanshaw. In custody, we have Mario Medellin, Joshua Jackson, April Gonzalez, Leah McFarland. Ruben Rodriguez is in custody, Kendall Blunt, Myra Matthews, custody, Michael Herrera.
Yeah.
Stephen Matthews.
Yes, you're working for him.
Thank you. Jose Munoz Minera.
Judge, that's my case. On the way, they had thought the case had been dismissed because they hadn't been informed it was going to be dismissed. They're on the way.
All right. All right, because usually you drive your clients in, Mr. Maurer.
I'm not, I care about everybody.
All right, Valentin Ramos. In custody, we have Emmanuel Saldana, Richard Esquivel. Thank you. Brandon Cardona. How do you pronounce your middle name? Ikaka? Ikaika. All right. Maricela Alonso. Crystal Castro. Eric Gonzalez Lopez is in custody. Frolan Guzman, custody. Randy Lopez, Hector Lopez, Martha Garcia, Jonathan Sanchez, John Dominguez, custody. Priscilla Sosa, Mark Aragon. All right, that's sort of like Lord of the Rings. Okay, nobody else has read Lord of the Rings. Thank you, in the back. And these are people up front who are supposed to be so highly educated. Okay. Okay. See, you know what? I think Jason is the person who, instead of reading the book, he would watch the movie and then there would be a question because they took license with the movie. But yeah, my brothers would do that all the time. All right, Xavier Griffin is in custody. Eddie Marine, thank you. Oscar Lopez. Jerry Medina is in custody. Sean Branch, custody. Raymond Ruiz, custody. Corbin Potswan, and I know you're here for that person. We're going to find out who that attorney was.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jonathan Ramirez is in custody. Baldemar Hinojosa.
Here.
Thank you. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes.
All right. I don't know what that J is doing there. Usually it's an S. Betty Jean Gonzalez is in custody. Raul Hinojosa. Vernon Dixon, custody. Delania Stevens. Thank you. In custody, we have Hannah Smith. Raymond Alejandro. Fernando Carmona. Jonathan Rodriguez, Juan Hernandez are in custody. Kayla Connor. Thank you. Tracy Gomez. Christopher Salinas. All right, anyone who walked in later, your name was not called.
Monero was in the other court, so they're here now.
All right, thank you. Yes, what is your name? Sorry? What did he say his first name was? Ramsey? Like the king?
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you. Yes.
Edward Bringas.
Edward Reyes. Bringas. How do you spell the last name?
Bringas.
Right, yes.
Mario Guerra.
All right. Anyone else on this side? Yes.
Kevin Robbins.
First name? Kevin, okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else on this side? All right, let's move over here. Yes.
Jose Raul Monserrat.
Jose.
Yes. Raul. Monserrat.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on this side? Yes.
Oscar Lopez.
First name?
Lopez.
Last name?
Oscar.
Okay. Anyone else on this side? All right, so I'm giving people slight leeway because the courtroom has changed. I did actually hear an attorney on the bench outside talking to somebody, and he said, you know, it was after elections, judges are moving to different courtrooms because they want a better courtroom, the view or something. So I enjoyed the 187th at the end of the hallway. We had already decorated it, cleaned it, gave it a good cleaning. But there were problems with the 187 district courtroom down the hallway, and I tried to work on those since 2018. The temperature in the courtroom, everyone would be sweating. I kept talking to them about, please fix the AC. They made us get a thermostat because they said, you women, maybe it's just you all with the temperature. So we would bring in the thermostat. We're like, it's hot down here. There was mold and mildew from the flooding from the DA's office. What year was that, Jason, the flooding?
2020.
2020. The flooding, they would never fix that. They said it's your imagination. I'm not a carpenter, but I do know if the carpet is soaking wet, that means that the padding underneath is soaking wet. So take your fans and lift up the carpet. So we had that problem and we had bugs. So there is now a new judge in the 187 District Court where it used to be. Hopefully they can get that fixed. And before they moved in, I told them all the problems and also a problem with the toilet in the judge's chambers that was never fixed. So the reason for my move, because it's expensive to move courts, are for those reasons, not for the view, even though I now absolutely love the view because it's a view of the cathedral. So everything happens for a reason. So everyone, please confer, please be kind to each other. Attorneys, if you have someone in custody, ask the deputy for them to be brought out. If you think you're getting a reset, they still need to be brought out so they'll know what's happening in their case. Do not leave once you request them. Do not approach the court unless you have conferred with the state, conferred with your client. I am trying to keep the well of the court as least congested as possible. So just grab your file. If you will place it on the desk where the prosecutors are, they will call you in the order of appearance. First will be first, last will be last. When you want to approach the court, just ask the clerk to place the file up here. Have a seat. I will call you in the order of appearance. So everyone, be kind to each other, be patient. If you're running out of patience, take some out of your pocket and share it with those who need it. So happy Thursday. Let's get started. Sure. All right, let me email you.
Is this guy still here? Or is he alive? I did not hear his name.
Yes. Well, I have a Perez in me.
Probably nine.
You know who that is?
Oh, okay. Is he born?
Maybe they're using someone else's Zoom.
I'm not sure.
Is it Costa?
All right, are you the, are you Perez? Are you the officer?
No. McAllister and Costa.
Yeah, because we have to go and get them because we have a lot of inmates.
Okay.
Who's your guy?
Royland Guzman Velasco.
Is he the only one that you need?
Right. Okay.
You're welcome.
I'm running downstairs.
All right, thank you.
I don't think so. I'm not just asking because we have so many inmates.
I need to file for Michael Ferrer. Okay, is there a motion to close?
First row, you're late.
When?
All right,
Is it
Ms.
not on
Perez,
this one? It's on-
are you here on Kayla Connor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, just give us a moment. We're trying to get the other person here. Is this the only
So that's
person?
what-
All right, we're trying to get one more person to zoom in, then we'll take up your case.
I'm checking yours. It looks like it was filed. So do you have the one that was on 12/21? That's the one that you have. Okay, so they haven't filed. They reassigned. So, okay, let me email the office, see if they can get it, and I can just let you know if they get it accepted. Or would it be better to have them email it to me, so that way I can file it in person? Because I just need to know the case. Okay. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Oh, is this the developer?
Okay.
We have an increase on Stephen Matthews. We need to approach on that.
All right, who's here on Tracy Gomez? Thank you. No. You'll know that I'm on the record when I call the cause number. All right.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. And let me see what is happening with you.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to think.
All right, so here's my question. And this was my concern. How are you financially supporting yourself?
I get Social Security.
For my daughter.
Well, I mean, that's support for her specifically. That's not supposed to be for
Because
you using.
It covers like, because we get Section 8 and we get food stamps, and that's how I've been living from her for the past 8 years. Because she was gonna be 9.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could everyone please whisper? And I'm sorry, could you speak
Sorry.
up?
And she's gonna be 9, so I've been a full-time parent since then. I have little jobs here and there, but it's been difficult. And sometimes I can't hold them. I have too many appointments for her. They're
What
randomly,
appointments do you
and
have
then
for
I
her?
my own as well.
What appointments do you have for her?
For her, we're supposed to be back on PT, OT. We have physical therapy. I'm supposed to give her a behavioral. I haven't done it because it's just so much. And then plus I've been feeling sick myself when we came last time, I had the mask on my neck still. And I'm supposed to see a doctor coming up this February.
When is she going to school?
She does go to school
All right, so why don't you have a job while she's at school?
because if she gets sick, and especially during this COVID time, I lost a job because of that. I had a job last year and I lost it because we had to stay home for 14 days. She has a real immune system. She's Down syndrome. So
Well, here's the thing. I understand your issues. I understand the situation. I understand that you want to care for your daughter. But I also understand that your sole source of support financially is not supposed to be your daughter's Social Security. You're gonna have to get a job. And if you get a job and you lose a job, then you get the job and you lose the job for your daughter. But you need to start working because you're living off of your daughter's income. That's not right.
and that's not intentional either, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to correct that. You're gonna have to get a job. And honestly, when you go in for a job interview, you need to inform them up front that my daughter's special needs, I may have to leave sometime. And normally employers will allow that. If you provide proof, you just can't say, well, I'm leaving because of this. I mean, there are plenty of times people in this court have emergencies with their children. And honestly, there are times in this court where the staff will tell me, my child has a soccer game. Can I leave early? I'm like, yes, you can. Go cheer on your child at the long soccer game. Because how long do those games last? Because I think with children now, they do something silly where you have like 4 games in one day or something.
Like tournaments.
Yes. So you got to get employment. You can't just be living off your daughter's Social Security.
It's not a plan that I wanted. It's
No.
very difficult. Like, I do it by myself. I don't need to be upset, but I mean, if she gets sick, I'm able to go get her or be
Oh,
there
yeah.
for her.
Here's the thing. If
But
you're
I've
at
lost
work,
jobs
if
because
you're
of
at
that.
work and your daughter gets sick, you tell your employer, I just got a notice, my daughter's sick, I'm going to have to leave. And when you leave to go get your daughter, if they fire you, then who knows, maybe you can get a civil attorney, maybe not. Maybe the civil attorney will tell you, yeah, you don't have a case. This is Texas. Or maybe they will tell you you do have a case. But if you lose your job, you lose your job. You can't depend on your child's check that's supposed to be for her specifically to financially support you. I mean, you tell me you're on Section 8, which means that the rent or whatever you're paying is much less than other people who are not. Then, so you're using your daughter's income for your housing, you're using her income for food, you're using her income for clothes, you're using her income for gas. If you're putting gas in your vehicle, if you have a vehicle, you're using her income for your car note. If you have a car note, you're using her income for your utilities. She is financially supporting you. And what I can tell you is there was a time, I think it was, I'm aging myself again. I want to say it's Jerry Coogan, who was a child actor in, I don't know, like the 40s or whatever time he was. And he ended up broke. And you know why he ended up broke? Because his parents were living off him and he was the sole supporter for his family. Your daughter should not be the sole source of financial support for you. So you're gonna have to get a job and I'm requiring you to get a job. And if you end up getting fired from that job, then you get fired from that job and you're going to search for another one because your sole source of income should not be your daughter. You understand? How old is your daughter? She's 8 years old. And the fact that you're using her money specifically for you to live off on, guess what? It's like your daughter is going to work to support you.
It's not like that, Judge Boyd. I had a job before. I lost a job. I tried to get a job again. When you do call centers or try to work from home, I'm trying. I have looked for jobs. I have put Indeed, I put everywhere so I can work from home. What makes you think, and sorry, no disrespect, but what makes you think that I want to live off of $800 and something a month when my car note is covering that and my rent? It is exhausting, and trying to be there mentally and physically for my daughter and all her appointments. I have put that on hold, which I'm not supposed to. But with COVID and everything else, and her low immune system has just been a headache for me. I do this alone. I don't ask anybody for help. I don't ask for any extra.
Is her father
finances.
alive?
No, not alive. He's not around. He said he
Well-
didn't want a retarded daughter.
All right, so here's the thing, and this is what I try to tell everybody. We choose our partners in life. We decide to have children and we choose the partner that we're going to have a child with, usually, normally. So you chose him. And guess what? I'm not your civil attorney, but you walk straight over to civil court and you file documents to have him put on child support.
And he has not paid.
Well, then you need to go do an enforcement and you need to get an attorney to do that. But I want you to hear me clearly. I understand your issues. I do. But it doesn't change the fact that you are living off of your child. You're living off of her income. You need to get a job. That's the way it's, you got to get a job. That's the way it has to be, because you can't live off your daughter's income. Your daughter, even though she's getting Social Security, it's as though your daughter is working. You are not working and you're living off of her. You're living off of her. And honestly, you're living off of taxpayers because you're in Section 8. How much is your rent?
138 is going up.
Okay, so it's $138. How much should it really be though? I've had people come before me, their rent is $27 when it really should be $1,500. Everybody else in here, and not everybody, because I don't know everybody's situation, but I know everyone who is in the well of the court, they're not paying $138. I would love to pay $138 for our place. I would be living like a queen, traveling every single day because it's only $138. So here's the thing. You have got to get a job. End of story. You can't live off your child. And if there's a call center you can work for, then work for it. If you can work at McDonald's, then work at McDonald's. But I am not going to allow you to live off your daughter. And you're here for a driving while intoxicated case that was reduced to a misdemeanor. So the fact that you had alcohol, guess what? Your daughter paid for you to have alcohol. And I know your daughter's not drinking. So you took part of her Social Security money to pay for alcohol.
I didn't pay to use alcohol.
Did somebody buy you that drink?
Yes, ma'am. It was my birthday time.
Who bought you the drink?
My friend Val.
All right, so you're out drinking, enjoying your life. And was your daughter with you when you were drinking?
Yes, ma'am. It was just a dinner.
So there we are. But you're going to get a job. Everybody in here is required to have employment. You cannot continue to live off your daughter. And you need to stay in touch with probation because I'm not even asking you to pay your fees. And it shows here that you have a net income of $540. That means that something needs to be cut out. I don't know if it's the cable TV. I don't know if you have cable, but you need to get a job. End of story.
It's my car.
All right, you need to get a job. All right. So she's going to be required to get employment.
And when is my probation end?
You're going to get employment. And here's the thing. If your probation needs to be extended, it will be, but you're getting employment before you leave this court. part of completing probation successfully is having employment. Now, if you don't want to be on probation, if you want to, you can find someone who you trust to take care of your daughter, and we can send you to the Bexar County Jail and you can do your time at the jail. But you will have employment in this court. Otherwise, a motion to revoke is going to be filed. And you could potentially be at the Bexar County Jail for 180 days. It's completely up to you, but I require everyone to have employment. And again, she's not to have employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And I'm going to want an update on her employment. By February, the first, let me see.
May I say something, Your Honor?
Sure.
I just don't want you to think like I'm using my daughter. That's not what it is. I was employed. I haven't been employed since last year and I haven't found a job. I have been looking and.
Well, if you have not been employed since last year, what month last year? When's the last time you?
February.
February.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means that you were not employed March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. You have not been working for 10 months. So you've been living off your daughter for 10 months and I'm not going to continue to allow it. You're getting a job.
And with all respect, yes, ma'am, I understand that. But I don't feel like, hey, I'm using my daughter or.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're living off of your daughter. I don't know what you don't understand about that. Your rent, your daughter is paying your rent. You're not. Your utilities, your daughter is paying your utilities.
I am
The
her
gas,
provider.
you're not providing for her. The government is providing for her through her
I
SSI.
am her caretaker. I take care of her.
You're not doing a good job because you are living off of her.
How am I not doing a good job?
You're
She's
living
not
off your
taking
daughter
care of
financially. Here's the thing. If SSI were not to give your daughter any money, if you didn't have your daughter, you would not be getting Section 8 housing. You would not be living at the place you're living for $138. And it's probably, how many bedrooms is it?
It's two.
It's 2 bedrooms. How many bathrooms is it?
Two.
All right, it's 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom. I can tell you right now, I know without even looking at your place, that place is more than $138. And the reason why you're getting it for $138 is because of your daughter. So the taxpayers are picking up the tab on what you really should be paying for that. So you can thank your daughter for that. The utilities, if you have to pay utilities, your daughter is paying that, not you. The gas you put in your car, your daughter is paying that, not you. The groceries on your table, you say you get food stamps, the taxpayers are paying that. And anything extra that's not covered for food stamps, your daughter is paying that. So yes, you are living off of your daughter. You're not bringing anything financially to the table. And I'm going to say it for the last time. You are getting employment. You will have employment by February 2nd. If you do not, a motion to revoke will be filed and you could be looking at 180 days in the Bexar County Jail. Thank you.
Your Honor. Ms. Gomez.
Your Honor, did I hear correctly as far as her fees are concerned? Are we waiving the fees or?
We're going to see how it goes. We're going to keep everything status quo, but she's status quo with the fees, but she's having a job by February. All right, thank you. All right, Kayla Connor. Hello. All right, and we have CSO Sorolo. Is that the?
That's the probation officer, Your Honor.
All right, and are we still waiting for a CPS worker?
Ms. Loper is here and Ms. Flores on the screen.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 0841C, State of Texas versus Kayla Connor. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Michael Henry on the stage.
For the defense?
David Blair here.
And are you Kayla Connor? All right, so everyone please whisper, and I'm gonna need everyone to speak up so I can hear because my allergies are acting up a little bit today. So the reason we are here, it's a compliance. And I guess it's a request from your client to live somewhere other than Bear County. And I asked that certain people be present today. And I've requested that the CPS workers be present. And my understanding probation is present. So would anyone like to call a witness with regards to her living somewhere other than San Antonio? Or am I going to call witnesses?
I'll defer to them.
All right. We'll call, yes.
I apologize. Just so that you're aware, the one that's the CPS worker on Zoom is in Travis County. The one here in court is from Bear County.
All right. So who needs to leave first? Because I know that I received a message.
San Antonio.
All right. Could the San Antonio caseworker please come forward? Hello.
Hello.
All right. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You can lower your hand if you can state your name for the record.
Amy Loper.
All right. And what is your relationship to Kayla Connor?
I was the family-based worker for her until about October, beginning of October.
All right. And can you tell the court whether or not you were aware while you were the family-based worker that Ms. Connor left Bear County and left San Antonio to live elsewhere?
So she did not tell me when she actually left. I did know that her paramour had a job opportunity in Austin, and just asked them to let me know when they go so I could get a worker in that area that could work with them.
All right. So she didn't request permission to leave?
I was aware. Yes, I was aware. that
No,
the
my
plan
question
was
is,
to-
did she request permission to leave?
No, but we don't require that.
Okay. Were you aware that she was using marijuana?
I was when her probation officer contacted me.
All right. So you're aware after this court asked her if she was going to be positive for drugs? That's the only time you were aware?
The beginning of October is when I heard from her probation officer. So I visited with her the first week of October to discuss that.
And while you had her in the family-based services program, how often were you in contact with her?
Typically once or twice a month.
All right. And have you had any contact? And I know CPS workers calls them paramours, but I'm assuming that's her boyfriend slash fiance. Have you had any contact with him?
Phone contact only since October, but yes, I was visiting him as well.
All right. Did you do any research into his background?
We did have his, we do criminal background checks and background checks.
All right. And did you do that?
That was done during the investigation.
And were there any issues with regards to his background?
Not that I can recall. No.
Did you ever visit the place where she was moving?
I have not. The worker in Travis County.
Right. Was that place reviewed before she moved there?
No.
Were you aware that she had to get permission from this court to leave Bear County?
I was.
And did you make her aware of that?
I asked her if she had asked permission, then she said she was waiting to hear back.
Mhm. Any other questions for this witness?
So you, may I?
Yes.
So Ms. Loper? is that
Yes.
correct? You have had contact with Kayla since October or?
Only by phone.
By phone, and you discussed with.
Okay, just 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you guys to step back on my right. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you guys to step back because we're on the record.
And you mostly discussed what her living arrangements?
Yes, just trying to figure out what worker needed to be in contact. with her.
Did you see anything that might have led you to believe that she shouldn't move or that could move or that did you have an opinion
No,
on that?
no, because he was looking for work for months prior, and so the fact that he could provide for the family.
But he did find a job.
Yes.
And what kind of job? Do you
At
know what
Tesla.
kind of- Tesla,
Mhm.
in what city?
In Austin.
Okay. I'll pass a witness.
When, I just trying to figure out dates wise, when did she get assigned a new worker? What case worker in Austin?
That would have been after I spoke with Ms. Abrams, and she let me know that she had moved. I filed the transfer paperwork right away. And I want to say she went out probably 2 or 3 days later. So second week of November.
Okay, so as of that time, that's when she would not have been on your caseload
Right.
anymore? Okay. And prior to that, had you tested positive for marijuana?
She did not for me. The first time I heard of it was the probation officer beginning of October.
Okay, and how often was she being tested?
She was tested. I don't have it on me. I'm sorry. It's random. So it's not a specified amount of time, but I know she was scheduled to finish her outpatient treatment the end of September. So then we would have tested her after she completed, but by then I had heard from.
Were you aware that she was pregnant?
Yes.
So knowing that doesn't change CPS's requirements about testing her or anything like that?
No.
No? Okay.
Mm-mm.
I'll pause the list.
Yeah. just
Yes.
Very briefly. So you made visits before October? And you saw the children and everything, and did they seem to be adequately taken care of?
Yes.
So you had no problem.
Yes, they did.
So you really didn't have any issues with that?
No, I did not.
That's what.
How many times had you tested her during the family-based services?
I don't have it in front of me. I want to say 2 times.
2 times.
2 months.
All right. And how many months did you have her?
I want to say in April and May.
Okay.
But we typically don't test until they're well into services because we wouldn't expect anything to have changed if she hasn't gotten any service.
So how many months did you have her in family-based services?
3 or 4 months.
3 or 4 months. In that 3 or 4 months, you may have tested her approximately twice. All right. And with family-based services, as part of that, you're expecting the person who's in the services to be honest with you.
Yes.
All right. So did Ms. Connor ever come to you and tell you that she had used?
Did not.
All right. Any other questions?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. CPS caseworker Perez.
Your Honor, Flor Perez Chavez, yes.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody have any question to these 2 witnesses appearing by Zoom? Ms. Perez is actually in the location where Ms. Connor is looking to move.
Your Honor,
Just one moment, please. Any objections?
No objection.
None to say.
All right. Ms. Perez, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
yes.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Flor Perez Chavez, FBSS caseworker in Travis County.
All right. Either party want to question this witness?
I can't. Is it Ms. Chavez or Ms. Perez Chavez?
Perez Chavez, correct.
Ms. Perez Chavez, when was Ms. Connor placed onto your caseload?
I received the courtesy request on November 8th, and I made a call to Ms. Connor asking her home address, and I made the visit on November 9th.
Okay, so you actually visited the home on November 9th?
Yes, she was in Riverside that time in Travis County, yes.
Okay, and has she remained on your caseload since then?
She has remained on my caseload. However, I did receive an email shortly after my visit that she was ordered to return and that I was basically that I was not going to need to see her again.
Okay, so when you received that email that she was ordered to remain in Bear County, did you have that conversation with her as well that she needed to return to Bear County?
No, I received an email from her primary caseworker, just to my supervisor and me let me know that I no longer needed to go visit her.
Okay, so are you aware of anybody who had conversations with Ms. Connor about the need from
No.
CPS that she needed to return to San Antonio?
I was not aware that of any of that.
As far as CPS is concerned, is it important for your investigation and your supervision that she be in compliance with any court orders, especially as it relates to criminal cases?
Yes,
Okay. And so if she was in Austin, would it be fair to say that she was not in compliance with the court's orders?
yes, I'm assuming, yes.
Okay. When she was on your caseload, did you ever test her for like urine analysis for any type of drug use?
I took with me an oral swab drug test. I offered it. Ms. Connor stated that she was drug testing with probation and to refer to probation.
Okay, so at that point, she didn't want to test using the oral swab.
No, I took it with me.
Okay. Is that concerning for CPS when somebody refuses to submit to any type of drug testing?
Yes, it can be concerning, yes.
Was it concerning in this case?
Yes, I believe I called her the following day addressing drug use, and she stated that she had used some legal vape pen that they sell at gas stations, and then she didn't know that that was gonna cause her to pop dirty.
Okay. At that point, did you know that she was pregnant?
Yes,
Okay. So besides the one attempt to drug test her and the one field visit to her location, which I believe you stated was on Riverside, did you have any other in-person contact with Ms. Connor?
I did. I got an email at the beginning of December from Miss Amy Lauper, the other caseworker, stating that Miss Connor had not returned and that I needed to go see her again. By this time, I realized she was now in another county, in Hayes County, which is now Buda. I still went over there from Travis County to go visit them to make sure that, you know, they were there.
Okay. And so at that point, were you successful in making contact with her in Buda?
Yes,
Okay. And did you discuss with her ever that essentially, why are you still living not in Bexar County when the court has ordered you to be in Bexar County?
yeah, she continued to say that she was working with her probation officer and she was communicating. She made it appear that she was in compliance.
Okay, so at that point, she told you that she was aware that she was supposed to be in Bexar County, but that she was working with her probation officer. Am I
Correct.
understand that correctly? Did you talk with her probation officer specifically about those issues?
I did not. I did. I called the caseworker.
Okay. Other than after this last time you made contact with her in Buda, did you ever have any other in-person contact with her?
I did. I saw her on yesterday. Yesterday, I went over to her place again. And she agreed to a parenting course and she agreed to an oral swab test.
Okay, and did you do the oral swab test?
Yes.
And what was the results?
They were sent out to the lab yesterday.
Okay. When do you expect you might have results on this?
Within 7 days.
Okay. And was she still residing in Buda at that point?
Yes.
At the same location you visited her before?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, I'm assuming you haven't seen her today, right?
No.
In person. Did you have any other phone contact with Ms. Connor?
A few other calls during this December. My other contacts were regarding another investigation case that was going on. That they were calling me and things like that, but yeah, that's about it.
Okay, what were the nature of the phone calls about?
See if she was still there. I think just making visits.
Okay, you said that she was, I guess, subject to another investigation with CPS?
Correct.
What is the status of that case?
I am not aware of the status of that case yet.
Okay, what was the nature of why she is, I guess, subject to another investigation with CPS?
From my understanding, another intake came in shortly after I made my first visit in December regarding Miss Connor and sexual abuse allegations from another county in Corpus.
Okay. And so, do you know if that case is still pending and still under investigation with CPS?
I'm not sure what the case's status as of now.
Okay. Are you aware that she gave birth to a child on December 12th?
Yes, I visited exactly shortly after she was released from the hospital to go see the baby.
Okay. And did you make contact with her at the hospital?
No, I did not.
Was she at the hospital then?
From my understanding, investigations was making contact with her at the hospital.
Okay. Were you aware that her child was born positive to THC with THC?
Yes, that is also part of the another intake that came in.
Okay. So there's 2 additional intakes that have come in since she's been placed on probation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would be fair to say.
That's time I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Defense?
Sure, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah, just speak up a little bit.
okay. Did you have any contact with the paramour when you were supervising? Ms.
Yes, yeah, and actually on my visits, Mr. Treadwell was there.
Okay. And did they give you any indication on on their relationship? They were definitely a couple. They're living together and all that?
Yes, he seemed very supportive. There with the children, the father of the kids, holding them. He again spoke in her defense, saying that, you know, she was going to test through probation. She was following probation and she was complying there. So he had no concerns regarding her caring for the children.
Were you aware of his employment status at that time?
When I first met him, he told me that they wanted the case to remain in San Antonio because of there were services that they were doing that Miss Connor was doing there, but he had to move because of his job. He got a job at Tesla at the Gigafactory, and that is the reason why they ended up moving.
And now the contact that you had with Miss Connor and the children, how were they? Did they seem adequately taken care of?
Yes, they were running around. Yes, they're very playful. I never saw any bruises or marks on them or them crying or anything like that.
I'll pass away this.
Any further questions?
Just one further question, Judge. And are you aware that Ms. Connor is on probation for injury to a child?
Yes, I became aware of that when
I'm
we
gonna
had
have
a
to
staffing.
object. That's not the exact charge. The exact charge is by omission.
All right, it's injury to a child by omission. Are you aware of that?
No, not the full details, no.
I have no further questions.
Any other questions?
No, yeah.
All right, so did you verify her boyfriend's paramour / fiance's employment?
I have not, Your Honor.
And they were in Travis, then they moved to Buda, is that what I'm hearing?
Correct, correct.
And where are they staying? Are they staying in a place that they're leasing?
From my understanding, it's a month-to-month lease.
Okay. And does CPS think that is appropriate for children to be in a place for a month-to-month lease?
I was told that they are waiting to get the case transferred and approved before they would sign a full lease.
So since she's had these children, how many moves have they made?
From Austin to Buda too.
All right. And with regards to these sexual abuse allegations, I know you can't go into them in great detail, but who is the alleged victim of the sexual abuse? Is it a child?
Correct, Your Honor.
And is there an allegation of who the perpetrator is?
Correct, yes.
And who would that perpetrator allegedly be? Is it someone that she knows?
Yes,
Is it someone that she alleged to have lived with?
yes,
Do you not find it concerning to have her in a place that they only have been in or are living in from month to month? There are allegations of a child testing positive for marijuana at birth, an allegation of sex abuse against one of the children. Do you find that concerning?
when the intake came in, investigations was working on placing a safety plan. We were following, I was in the process of following with the safety plan, asking them if we can get someone to supervise. We have been trying with investigations, but there has not been one in place yet.
All right, thank you. Are there any more questions for this witness?
Nothing to say.
No, Your Honor.
All right, is she excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Pettis, you can be excused or either you can remain on to see what the court's ruling is going to be with regards to whether or not Ms. Connor can transfer, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to call probation?
Judge, just say we'll call probation.
All right, could you unmute yourself, please? Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you could state your name for the record.
My name is Sylvia Cirola.
All right, does anyone have any objection to this witness testifying by Zoom defense?
No objection.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rolla, are you Ms. Connor's current I'm not talking pre-trial supervision, community supervision officer?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And how long has she been on your caseload?
She has been on my caseload since she was granted, which was August 25th of 2022, sir.
Okay. So you're aware that the court ordered her to remain in Bexar County, correct?
That is correct.
And I want to talk about how many times you've had that conversation with Ms. Connor. Do you know how many times you've told her that she needed to remain in Bexar County?
Yes, sir. I told her when I went over her conditions initially in September at our first visit. So I went over all her conditions. I explained everything that she needed to do. She said that she was aware of and understood exactly what she needed to do while on probation. And then also I told her about maybe 3 weeks before, or about 3 to 4 weeks before she moved out of the county, she came to an office visit and she stated that she might be moving. And she told me that her boyfriend was possibly going to get a job. He had gone to an interview, possibly going to get a job in Austin with Tesla, and they would have to move. At that point, I advised her of her conditions. I advised her she is not allowed to move unless the judge gave her permission. So I explained how the judge would give her permission. I said, I got to submit a document. We address the facts, and it would be up to the judge to allow you to move. You cannot just leave the county. And she said, well, I'm going to be homeless. And I said, well, Miss Connor, a lot of people commute from Bexar County to Travis County every day on a daily basis. They work there, but they live here. So if your boyfriend gets a job there, that would be what would need to happen. So because you need to stay here. And she said, no, because he's not going to be able to pay 2 different rents. So she said, he can't pay rent for me here and pay rent in Austin. And I said, well, then in that case, he would have to commute. I said, because you are not allowed to leave the county. You have field visits 3 times a month, and you are not allowed to move without the judge's permission. She didn't tell me that she moved. I found out on my own that she moved because I had called the CPS worker, and I I notified the CPS worker that she had moved. We found out that she had moved after she had been there already like 3 weeks, I believe.
And you know approximately when that was?
I would have to look at my notes, sir, in her file. But she was already living there when she went to her first compliance hearing with the judge.
Okay.
And on that day, I told her, you know, you need to come back, the last office visit we had. And so I told her, you can address that with the judge.
Does November 14th of 2022 sound correct when she had her last court date, when she also tested positive for marijuana in court?
Yes, that is correct. That's the last day that she tested positive. Yes, sir.
So you spoke with her on November 14th of 2022, letting her know that she needed to be in Bexar County.
Yeah, she's known that she needed to be in Bexar County. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you've also spoke to her, is it fair to say, on November 15th of 2022, the next day, when you called to inquire about her plans to move back to San Antonio?
Yes, that is correct, sir. I have been in contact with her and I had been asking her, what are your plans? Have you been looking for a place to stay? And she stated that she has not, because her boyfriend rented an Airbnb for a month and she couldn't come back. And I told her, yes, but you were in court that morning and the judge told you needed to come back to Bexar County. Her boyfriend, according to some of the emails that she sent me, her boyfriend rented that Airbnb, one of those apartments, in the afternoon at 3-something in the afternoon, but she had been in court that morning.
Okay. So from what I understand, she sent you some emails that documented on November 14th, November 16th, and November 16th that she had rented rooms to stay in, which would have been after her compliance hearing in court on November 14th of 2022.
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. At that point, did you give her a deadline essentially of when she needed to be back residing in San Antonio or in Bexar County?
Yes, sir. I advised her. She's like, oh, what I didn't know. The judge didn't say, she stated this to me right after court. She said, the judge didn't tell me how long I had to come back. She goes, she didn't give me a deadline. And so I told her, well, you need to get back as soon as you can. So I told her, well, you know what? You have until the end of the month. Oh, I can't do that. So I said, okay, well, you have until December. I think I gave her the first Friday of December. I think it was either December the 2nd or December the 3rd, one of those. It's in my notes. And I told her, you need to be back in the county by then.
Okay. So after that, did she, from my understanding, she came to a in-person office visit with you on the 28th of November. And at that point, she was still residing in Austin, correct?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Okay.
And
And
I
then-
also, I'm sorry, sir.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, and on that day, I also addressed to her because I know that she was, testing positive and I know that she was still using and she still was pregnant. And I went over and discussed, did she understand what THC, those vape pens, the Delta 8s do to an unborn child? And I read exactly to her what the FDA states happens to a unborn child with a parent who is consuming the Delta 8s. And she said, well, I have anxiety and I can't deal with everything.
Okay. So at that point, is it your understanding that she was still not going to be testing clean for marijuana or THC?
Yes, that is correct, sir, because she said that she had smoked some Delta 8s. Yes.
And then I'm seeing on, she was tested for levels for a sample that was submitted on November 28th. and that came back positive for THC.
That is correct, sir. And I also asked her to confirm one of the urine samples to see if it was the Delta 8s or the THCs. And according to the lab, it was confirmed THC.
Okay. And then are you aware of when she gave birth on December 12th of 2022?
Yes, sir. She had an appointment with me, but she wasn't able to make that appointment. She was en route when she went into labor and gave birth to her child. Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware of where that child was born?
That child was born in Bexar County, sir.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that the CPS worker just testified, she said she went to the hospital in Austin, and that's where the child was born?
She sent me documentation. I asked her where she was at. She said, I'm in Bexar County. And she sent me a discharge order. Let me pull that up in my notes. And it says North Central Baptist Hospital. And it says 520 Madison Oak Drive, San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. So that the documentation that she sent you shows that she actually gave birth to the child in Bexar County.
Yes.
Okay. As of today, which is January 12th of 2023, where is it that, to your understanding, that Ms. Connor is residing?
My understanding is that she is still living in Buda, Texas.
Okay. And has she sent you any documentation to show her efforts to move back to Bexar County to be in compliance with this court?
No, sir.
Has she ever stated why she is unable or unwilling to move back to Bexar County per this court's order?
She just states that she can't find a place.
Okay. You've been a community supervision officer for how long?
19 years, sir.
Okay. So it's probably fair to say that you've helped or have seen plenty of people on probation move within Bexar County.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay. Is this an unusual case, or I should say, is it your understanding that it's really that hard to find a place in Bexar County to live?
No, sir. I have people that move from other counties because it's easier to be in this county to report. So they just rather move from Comal or Guadalupe and just move into Bexar. So this is a big city and it's not that hard to find somewhere to live.
At this point, Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Could you kind of go over the procedure again to move out of county? You were talking about some form that you fill out. How does that work?
I'm sorry, sir. What was the question again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
He wants to know what is the form that's needed to move to another county?
And the procedure generally when someone wants to move.
Okay, well, the procedure is that they tell us, they give us proof of where they want to live, why they want to move, who are they going to be living with, and they give us all the details. And then we notify the judge and we ask the judge, these are the circumstances. Will you allow this person to transfer to X county or X state or whatever the issue is? We submit that to the judge and it's the judge's decision to allow a transfer or not.
In this form, it's I guess is a directive, is that correct?
Once the judge gives us permission, then we go ahead and we send the person we make an appointment with the out-of-county officers and they are to stay here into the out-of-county, they see an out-of-county officer. That officer then gives them a temporary travel pass until they are accepted to be supervised in the county that they're moving into.
And this form was never filled out or never submitted to the judge or anything?
No, this form was not submitted because she did not give me any of the information. She just moved without my permission. Well, without the judge's permission. I never notified the judge because she never gave me an address, a specific date that she wanted to move there. The boyfriend, his job was still pending. She's like, I don't know if he's gonna get hired or not, but it seems like he will. So it wasn't a for sure thing when I talked to her. Between that visit and the next time I saw her, she had already moved.
And you said you saw her, but she had already moved. Where did you see her? In your office?
No, when she came, yes, sir. So she came to her office visit. She told me that. And she had already, by the time I saw her the following month, she had already moved.
And you didn't talk anymore about the boyfriend's job or an address, or you didn't ask her for addresses or anything like that?
She said she was living in a hotel. At first, when they moved, they were living in hotels, different hotels. So they were jumping around from hotel to, from one place to another. And then I notified the judge. The judge set a compliance hearing. And then after the compliance hearing, she went back to Austin, and I think she stayed, she was staying at one little place for a short time until her husband got that Airbnb for a month.
That's witness.
Any other questions?
Nothing further from the state.
All right. Is this witness excused?
From the state's perspective, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for coming in. You can remain on if you want to hear the court's ruling.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. Any other witnesses?
Nothing further from the state.
Any other witnesses?
Just argument. Yeah.
All right. So let me tell you both what I'm going to do. I used to do a lot of work with CPS, so I realize CPS workers are overworked, but I realize in this case, there has not been adequate supervision of her with children. This is a criminal court. It's not a CPS court, but part of my job, at least part of the way I see my job, is if someone's before me on probation and they have minor children, I have to protect society and look out for society. In this case, it's minor children. So the person I have before me has not followed the court's rule. We were here on November 14th, and I specifically said she is to remain in Bexar County. She doesn't have stable housing. She and her boyfriend / paramour / fiance / father of her children are moving from place to place with these children. The CPS worker is not doing adequate supervision, or either they're coming in and doing spot checks, and their spot checks is, oh, children are running around. They seem okay. They don't have any bruises. Then I'm being told now that there's some new allegation that a child may have been sexually abused. And the last time we were here, I think she have children that are under the age of 5. She has a newborn who's testing positive for marijuana. And she was here in this court and tested positive for marijuana. And the CPS case workers didn't even know she was using marijuana. That's not good. And she's not following my rules. This is what I am going to do. You are living in Bexar County. Do you understand? You will be in Bexar County by January 20th. If you're not here, a motion to revoke will be filed against you. And you're looking up spending a possibility of 10 years in prison. You will be in Bexar County. You're going to be supervised by this probation officer. There are going to be regular UAs. I'm going to want those field visits for 3 times per month. And please tell them to check on the children. You are not to have any males living in your home. That includes your paramour, boyfriend / fiance, whoever he may be. I'm shocked that the CPS caseworkers came in here saying that he works for Tesla, but nobody has any proof of that. It appears to me that they didn't make him do a service plan. In my experience, when you have children that are involved, any boyfriend / paramour / fiance, they're supposed to be doing the service plan as well. They're supposed to be drug tested as well. You're jumping from hotel to hotel, from house to Airbnb. you're going to be in Bear County. And if you're not in Bear County, motion to revoke is going to be filed. You're going to be here by January 20th. And if your fiance / boyfriend / paramour loves you, he will rent a Airbnb here, or he will rent you a hotel here, but you will be here. And you are lucky that I am not putting down a no unsupervised contact with children. But since Child Protective Services is involved and they're supposed to be doing their job, you're going to let them know where you're staying. You're going to call that caseworker in Travis County and tell her, I am back in Bear County. And you're going to call that Bear County family-based service worker. You're going to tell her, I'm back in Bear County. I don't know why they haven't given you a legal case. You should have a legal case because your baby was born positive for drugs. Maybe they're understaffed. So people need to start paying more money so there can be more caseworkers. But your children are not being taken care of well by you. And you're not looking out for them. You're just living your best life and you're disregarding the rules that I've set. If you are not in Bear County by January 20th at 9 a.m. living here, a motion to revoke will be filed. And when that motion to revoke is filed, what's going to end up happening is a warrant will be issued for your arrest. The police will pick you up wherever they may find you. If you're at an Airbnb in Austin, in Travis County, in Buda, wherever, with just you and your children, the police are going to come there. They're going to pick you up and they're going to call CPS to come pick up your children. And your children are going to be taken into care of CPS and you're going to go to the Bear County Jail. Either you will make bond or you will not. And then we will hear the allegations of you not being where I told you to be. And you're going to be looking at potentially 10 years in prison. Do you understand? And when are you supposed to be back in Bear County?
20.
What time? All right. Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the state.
All right. And I'm going to want a UA today. When you're tested today, what are the results going to be? Because you are getting a UA today. All right. We're going to do a UA today. Thank you for coming in. And probation, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Oh, here's this. Stephen Matthews. Thank you.
You talk about it today.
Okay. Thank you. And you're here for Jose Marino?
I'm not, no, I'm.
Oh, Monera?
That's my case, yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
I've got one other on your docket that I'm still working on.
Okay. This is this. Did you write that? All right, what is happening with Stephen Matthews?
Judge, state has reached out to the complainant who left a voicemail. So far, we haven't heard back from her, but we're anticipating it probably wouldn't be too long. I know the voicemail wasn't left.
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit?
Sorry about that, Judge. So the state has tried to reach out to the complainant. We left a voicemail a few days ago. We haven't heard back from her. So we're just waiting on that. And I think the defendant also has another evaluation coming up the next week.
Yes, Judge, on our end, Mr. Matthews went for a mental health evaluation at Living Tree Counseling Center in Bronx. The first evaluation was inconclusive as to whether or not he was bipolar. You did a second evaluation was last week.
I did this. I did the second to third step of the evaluation. It's a 3-step process, but I did it earlier this week.
And then you are supposed to be scheduling a final round of evaluation.
Yeah, the final conclusive will, and at some point, just supposed to call me the next couple of days.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can I have a regular reset on Mr. Matthews and state? If you don't have touch with your complainant, something's going to have to happen with this case.
No, I understand.
All right, thank you. Which date, Ms. Ferguson? All right, we'll be back on February 9th. Ms. Ferguson will give you your reset form. Oh, which one? Yes, okay. Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Who's here on Tracy Gomez? Oh, I already did that. I'm just grabbing files. It's like, what's next? Michael Herrera.
That's me.
Hello. So we're here for discovery.
Yes, sure, but there's a matter that we need to take up before we address the discovery issue.
All right, and what matter is that?
There should be a motion to substitute printed in the file.
All right. All right, yes. I will sign it.
Okay.
All right, since you're new, have you had a chance to look over the discovery?
No, Your Honor, but I did want to give you an update. The file is here this morning. I was able to glance at it to get a general idea of what the status is on the case. I did confer with the prosecutor, Ms. Mitchell. It does look like there is still some outstanding discovery that was ordered to be received last time, but she's also new on the case. So she's unaware if it really is outstanding, if it hasn't been uploaded.
Okay, so what I have in the court's notes is that there were outstanding school records.
Correct, Your Honor.
And then the defense attorney needed to review a third video that was uploaded.
And I can tell you, it's not uploaded. It's my understanding that it's gonna be a cat video, so I'm gonna need to schedule an appointment to go to the district attorney.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to give you one more discovery setting, and that will be the last discovery setting. Ms. Ferguson, can I have a regular reset on Michael Herrera for discovery? All right, we'll see you back on February 9th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Norma, did you look at who the attorney was retained on Corbin Patswan?
I did not.
All right, if you can find out who that attorney was and let Michael Bellevue know.
It's
All right. Good morning. Is it on the docket? Do you have a file?
I have two clients on the docket.
I
Oh,
have to
get the
pull the
file
file.
and come to you. Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
that's okay.
Trying to cut.
Still got-
He's not cutting mine.
So the big deal.
I see the crunch on Russia. He's not.
Yes.
These two jump. Maybe not. Discovery setting. Yes.
Okay, sure. And for some reason, this is not working.
Yes. Thank you. I can't even read it myself.
Like the room that you've given me is not the room. Yes.
Signature on this.
All right, thank you. So let me show you here. And so when I go to room 8. No. Sure. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, is this on the docket today?
Yes, it is.
All right. Can we have Norma grab the file? Because they didn't put it up here. Okay, all right, thank you.
Have your standards. I did that, yeah. When I made that, it's kind of like I don't know. Although then I got other things on my. Part of the same kind. Yeah, no. Sorry. That's it, I know. Yeah.
Diane, that's okay, because I need to take his case up real quickly. So I can, we can work it out on a break or something. All right, who are the parties? Everyone, if you could whisper, please, who are the parties on Russell Hanshaw or Hanshaw?
Judge, he's not present.
All right, could I have a prosecutor, please? Thank you. Court is calling 2014 CR 8144, State of Texas versus Russell Hanshaw. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Oscar Salinas.
for the defense?
Tilden Schaefer, Your Honor.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 10:19 a.m. Your client has not appeared. Have you had any contact with your client?
I am in contact with him, Judge. He's in Colorado and I can get him here Tuesday. I know he's supposed to be here today. He's on limited funds and so he was not able, and I, you know, he's known about the date, so there's no excuse there. But I do want to turn him in on Tuesday to see, talk about recalling the warrant if possible, and just recalling the case on Tuesday. But he's gonna drive down.
All right, so here's the issue. I see that there are some health issues because that's what I have on the docketing sheet.
That was December, Judge.
Yes.
He doesn't have health issues now.
Well, I saw where there were mental health issues.
Well, there's probably somewhere in there, yes, I would. Probably some self-medication.
So he's known about this date since December 9th. That's the problem.
I understand. It's been a little bit of a train wreck in his life, Judge. I've explained all this to him. We went to great leaps to get his bond set here and the one down Wilson County, and you know, they're fixing both be gone. So
yeah,
I'm
because I had him scheduled for a compliance hearing on March 1st, 2021, and he did not appear. And for the compliance hearing, if he were in Colorado, I know I would have allowed him to appear by Zoom, but he did not appear. Then we were here on December 9th, and I were told that there were other issues going on. So I said, okay, we'll reset it for today. And there's still
more than reasonable. I have no complaint there. I'm informing the court that I think he's gonna get in here on Tuesday. We'll come in on Tuesday and see what we can get done. I mean,
defense.
No,
I'm sorry, state. You guys are switching around on me.
Maybe I wouldn't sound like a defense attorney.
No, you were. You always do, Mr. Schaefer. All right, state.
They request a bond for
that'll be granted and he'll be remanded without bond. If he appears, the court will reconsider.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I'll just be in contact with your staff as far as what's going on Tuesday, I imagine.
Yes.
The other things to do, but we're gonna work our way in and I'll report either way.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Who's here on Raymond Alejandro? All right, we're here for discovery.
We are, Judge. Ms. Mitchell looked up and found that they did subpoena the BAMC records. They received them last week. They had yet to be uploaded. She's reached out. My understanding is they'll be uploaded shortly. Obviously, we would ask for some time to review those.
Okay.
So they're questioning.
All right, is there any other discovery that's outstanding other than that?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right, so if you all will just sign the discovery acknowledgement, and Ms. Ferguson, if I can have a 30-day reset on this, please. All right, we're going to come back on February 9th. On February 9th, state I'll expect an offer to be tendered, and then I will give you all your plea deadline date.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Discovery.
You're welcome, and Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Thank you. Yes, sure. I'll do it in a moment. Thank you. Who's here on Richard Esquivel?
Thank you.
Richard Escabel.
Festival. Because in the bathroom.
Sean Branch.
Yes, Judge.
All right, just give me 1 second. You're up next, Mr. Oh, just 1 second. All right, so today is his plea deadline date.
It is, Your Honor. I noted that. I just had a conversation with Mr. Escobar. I had asked that he perhaps consider my client for PTD. He said he would keep an open mind. I'm going to gather many things for him. And I'm very hopeful that the state perhaps will consider it at the time. I just would like one shot for my clients so that they can review it. I also had asked that they look at the video of the stop, and maybe that might get us to a point where we could meet in the middle, perhaps, Judge. I'm not trying to be obstructive, but I do want to let the state know where we're coming from. One shot to try to get PTD for this month.
And Judge, defense did ask for me to just review the video really quickly, just to kind of understand what's going on.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we're gonna bring this back. What date did you give with your other client? All right, so we're coming back on February 9th. That will be the last plea deadline date that the court will give in this case.
Thank you so much, Judge. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. All right, Sean Branch. Sean Branch?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, where's Mr. Branch?
He's in custody, Judge.
All right, y'all need to have him brought out. Yeah. Attorneys, if you have someone who's in custody, you need to ask for them to be brought out. Brandon Cardona.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. So we're here for discovery.
Yes, Judge.
Judge, they've asked us to consider ATD. I'm gonna have to run that by Ellie, and I should have an answer from him whenever the court gives us a reset, so long as it's not in a week. If we can 2 to 3 weeks, it should be able to have an answer for him, and if not, I've already discussed if that's not going to be on the table, that we can give an offer at the next setting.
All right. So do you have all the discovery?
As far as I know, we do, Judge. That's will be reviewed again, and I'll bring it to the attention of the state if I think what I see anything.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 3-week reset on Cardona. Is that enough time?
That should be enough time.
I can do February 2nd. All right, your next court date will be February 2nd.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Big excuse.
After you sign the reset form.
Okay, thanks.
Who's here? Myron Matthews? They need to bring your client up, Mr. Sawyer.
Yes, I know that.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you. It's always good seeing you. How's your brother?
Oh, it's doing wonderful. It's all right.
You need to bring him down.
He swears he's coming in Friday.
Okay, all right.
Thanks. Who's over there right now?
Raymond Alejandro? Oh, that's already been done.
Thank you, Judge.
Is Alfonso Otero here?
I still need
He
to,
is,
I just want to
Judge.
make sure. it's not
Okay. Hello. Yes. You may want to speak to the voucher committee about that.
Yeah.
I want to just sign it because there's a major deduction. But if you want me to sign it, I will. But if you want to speak to them about it or redo it, you can.
No, that's fine. It's just,
You sure?
yeah, because it was a 40-year sentence kind of thing.
Sorry?
It was a 40-year sentence. And so I reviewed the record like 4 times.
Yeah.
So I didn't find anything. The second time I just kept doing it, and that's fine.
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I never like to sign that when I see that.
No, I just felt so bad about writing an under brief. And so I had to keep going on it.
Okay. So did you have to do an Anders brief or?
Yeah, it's an under brief.
Ah,
I just felt so bad that the record is pretty clean and things, and I was just having ideas and going back to the record and going back.
okay. I tell you what I will do. And if you'll turn that into the back.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome. Okay, all right, thank you. And I'm sorry, what number? And what's the code? Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
Yeah, it's not here. It has you in, excuse me, room 2, so let me try that. And see if it works.
It'd be a hearing.
Mhm. Oh, yeah, it's different.
Also, my daughter, she wants.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. But it still may be.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, is Monica's client Anna Smith been transferred to another court? Okay, so do we want to just recall it 2 weeks?
Sure. Juan Hernandez. Yes. You're at.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, and I think they may have brought or were bringing your person out.
Jonathan Rodriguez.
All right, Sean Branch.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Branch, if you can come up.
Yes. What did we?
Okay, I'll take it up next. To the case with the interpreter, I'll take your case up next. Just give me one moment. So you're up after this. Yes, you'll be up after this one. All right, you're welcome. All right, Mr. Branch, I have signed the notice for you to get copies of the CPS records. My understanding, the only thing then outstanding is the cell phone extraction.
We have it, Judge. I need to talk with. We need to talk with.
We need to talk with their complainant
to ensure that
identify that's her in the video, because there's only part of her in it.
so that we don't potentially disseminate child pornography, which I don't believe it is, but I just want to ensure that it's not before we turn over a copy to Mr. Barron. But we have an opportunity to go over that particular video because we did have some initial trouble getting the disc.
All right, Ms. Ferguson or Mr. Branch, can I have one more date for discovery and give me a 1 month reset? If y'all have everything before then, you can actually, that'd be brought back before then.
I can do 9th of February.
All right, so we'll be back on February 9th.
Good.
All right, could I see the parties on Bringas?
Check it. Yeah. She fixed it. See where they're saying.
And Mr. Bringas, if you can come forward.
It's just for the bond issue.
All right, who is the prosecutor on this case? All right, and my understanding, before we go on the record, this is, and I believe he's the one who needs the interpreter, is that correct, or is it someone else?
No, that's the witness, Judge.
All right, and so that is the complainant in the case?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so before we begin, is the complainant coming to say that this didn't happen?
Your Honor, it's my understanding, I'm filling in for the attorney of record. It is our understanding from looking in the notes in our system is that this motion to amend the conditions of bond from a no contact order to a no harmful injurious contact was started, I believe, sometime this summer at a hearing. At that time, the court had questions that the court wanted to ask of the complaining witness. So we took a pause, a recess on the hearing for us to be able to bring in the complaining witness. And so that is what we're here for today.
All right, so is she going to say that this did not happen?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Does she have an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. That's why we have the
Yeah,
attorney.
I already talked to her.
All right. And so she's going to say this didn't happen, allegedly?
She's gonna explain why there's discrepancies between some allegations and other allegations. But she's got her own version. I don't know what she's gonna say technically, but she can come in and testify.
All right, and State, have you had a chance to speak with the complainant?
We have previously, Judge, and I guess the concern, and I probably share this with the court, is that potentially she's incriminating herself without making false statements.
Oh, no, she has an attorney here to represent her.
Okay, but from what I understand, he says he doesn't know what she's gonna say.
All right.
That's what she just said.
There was a problem, my understanding is there was a problem when she was interviewed by the police or law enforcement, because she does not speak English. So her only best language is Spanish, and she tried to explain it the best she could, and that's where the thing is lost. It's kind of lost in translation because she does not speak English, and the way he tried to explain what happened is not what she meant to say.
All right, so Ms. Gonzalez, do you speak Spanish?
I do not speak Spanish, Your Honor.
All right,
and-
Mr. Villarreal, do you speak Spanish?
I do.
All right, so,
But we have an interpreter here, Your Honor.
no. This is where I'm going.
Okay.
All right, so State, do you want to speak with the complainant with her attorney through the interpreter?
We've spoken to her with the Spanish speaker, Judge,
Okay,
and I have an idea of what she's gonna say, which is inconsistent.
so do you need any more conversation with her?
I don't.
All right, we're gonna go on the record. I need everyone in the box to please be quiet. Court is calling CM 103662, State of Texas versus Edward A. Castillo Bringas. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Michael Villarreal for the state.
for the defense?
Jessica Gonzalez, I'm subbing in for Mr. I believe it's Miss Franklin that's on the case.
Okay.
It's the attorney of record.
And are you Mr. Bringas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections to this attorney substituting in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're here to modify conditions of bond. The defendant is charged with assault of a pregnant person. And my understanding is the complainant is going to come and give testimony. She's requesting that the no contact order be lifted, and I'm assuming your client is requesting that the no contact order be lifted.
Be modified to a no harmful or injurious contact.
All right. All right, you can call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call the complaining witness. And I apologize, we have limited discovery.
Carla Rodriguez.
Miss
Labrada.
Rodriguez.
Carla D. Rodriguez Labrada.
Thank you.
All right, could someone ask her to come forward? And if you, sir, if you'll move over there, and if I could have the interpreter and her attorney move here. And if I could have the interpreter, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. Are you Librado, Miss Librado?
Yes,
Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
sí, yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. My understanding is your attorney is here, and her attorney, if you could state your name for the record, please.
Alfonso Otero, on behalf of the complainant witness, Judge.
All right, and have you had ample time to consult with your client, Ms. Librado?
Yes, Judge.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Librado, can you please state your name for the record?
Carla Guadalupe Rodriguez Librado. Carla Guadalupe Rodriguez Librado.
And how are you related to our client, Mr. Bringas?
Es mi esposo. He's my husband.
And are you currently pregnant?
Yes,
Now, you're aware that Mr. Bringas was arrested on September 30th, 2020, correct? I'm sorry, 2022.
yes,
And are you aware that one of his conditions on bond is that he has no contact with you?
yes,
Are you here today to ask the court to change that so you may be in contact with him?
yes,
Is this your wish and desire?
yes,
Do you have any concerns for your safety of Mr. Bringas assaulting you or doing anything to you?
no, no,
At the time when you spoke to the officers on September 30th, was there miscommunication between you and the officers?
yes.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, state.
As far as your relationship with the defendant, do you have any children together?
No, this is the first one.
And prior to this incident, when police were called, were you residing with him?
Yes,
Okay, and since this has happened, do you still reside on the house on Ruben Medina?
yes.
Where has he been living?
Can you repeat the question?
Where has the defendant been living?
No sé. I don't know.
But he's not residing at the house with you.
No,
Just to reiterate, do you have any concern for your safety and the safety of your unborn child if he were to come and reside with you?
no, no.
I'll pass what it is.
All right, any other questions?
This is your first child with Mr. Bringas?
Yes,
Are you guys, even though you have no contact with each other, are you guys trying to maintain a healthy relationship?
¿Eso se refiere que hemos tratado de tener contacto o que tratamos de tener una buena relación?
are you referring that we had had contact, or we are trying to have a good relationship?
That you want in the future, if the court changes the order, for you to work on having a good relationship?
Yes,
I'll pass the witness.
I have no further questions.
All right, I have one question. Who called the police?
I did.
All right, any other questions from either side?
Nothing further to say.
No.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Gracias. May the interpreter be excused.
Yes, thank you. All right, any other witnesses?
And no further witnesses to present to the court, just arguments.
All right, court will hear a brief argument.
Yes, Your Honor, we're simply asking the court to modify the no contact order to a no harmful injurious contact. This modification will allow my client to remain in contact with the mother of his child. By doing so, he'd be able to assist in any doctor's appointments, anything like that, to be able to work towards a healthy relationship between the two of them. Because as the court has said many times this morning, no matter what goes on from this point forward, these two individuals are going to be connected and having to work together in supporting this child. The no contact order will help facilitate that. I'm sorry, the no harmful and injurious contact order will help facilitate that, but also provide an additional level of protection that if something were to happen and he were to violate it, he would be facing additional charges, not just by this court with a bond revocation, but also with an additional criminal charge. So we ask for the modification.
Right, and I'm not saying anything is true or not true, because I haven't gotten any facts of the case, but is he in any type of classes?
Mike, are you in classes right now?
Yes, I finished, well, I do weekly counseling 2 times a week. I'm in the Army, I'm an active duty soldier, so I do sexy group, it's a group, and then individual. I did,
let me have you raise your right hand. I'm not going to get into the facts of the case. It's just, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Edward Bringas Castillo.
All right, are you taking any type of anger management
I
classes?
finished, I got the certificate and everything for military anger management class. It's from the family advocacy program. And as soon as this happened, like 2 days after I got out of jail, I self-enrolled into the program and everything, and it's already done. I'm still gonna do more classes because I asked for them just in case. It's good to know, like, I don't see why. There's always room for improvement. So they told me by February, I should be done with every single class that I'm taking right now.
All right, and have the police ever been called to your home before?
No.
Before this?
No, I've never been in trouble like.
Okay. All right, and did you give the certificate to your attorney?
I can give it to her this afternoon. They printed out for me that certificate yesterday, and I was doing medical appointments, so I wasn't able to like scan it and send it to my email. But I can't do it today. Like.
All right, any other questions of the witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, what are you requesting?
Obviously, these are sensitive cases as it relates to the nature. Obviously, he's been at this point not indicted, but alleged by complaint at least to have committed an assault of a pregnant person. I think there's ways of potentially gradually increasing the contact to allow him to basically prove to this court that there is not an issue if we were to have further contact. I guess my proposal at this point would be limited to allowing to have contact as it relates to doctor's appointments. I think it's important that if he is the father of the child, to be part of the child's life, even as it's womb, so that maybe start off now with a no contact outside of as it relates to doctor's appointments, and allowing him to go to doctor's appointments with the complainant. And then if there's no issues there, then potentially we can address this again with the court to see if we can fully change this to no harmful injurious. As I'm sure you're aware, coming from my place prior to taking the bench, being a prosecutor on these types of cases, we're always concerned that this is going to make the news afterwards because of escalation of violence, and that's exactly what we want to prevent, is this potentially going further. And so I think at this point that would be the state's recommendation.
All right, do you have any objections to phone contact or video contact?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, if I can briefly respond, a couple things I'd like to make note of. This case, my client again was arrested on September 30th. We're now looking at 5 months now that this case has been pending. My client and his pregnant partner have been abiding by the no contact order. At this time, as she stood before you, she's now 7 months pregnant.
we're looking at the end of the pregnancy of the two of them expecting their first child. I understand the state's concerns about a problem of escalation. However, again, it's been pending for 5 months now. If that's something that they were concerned with, I mean, right now, when we were looking at the discovery, all that they had access to is a warrant. We don't even have a prosecution guide or a police report to be able to see exactly what was going on and discussed on that evening. So yes, there are allegations, but as the complaining witness came in here and said, there's a possibility that there was a loss in translation. So there really wasn't an allegation. We're looking at a man who's getting ready to be expecting a child. He wants to be able to spend these last couple months with his partner and to be able to share in that and get ready for the birth of their child.
All right, anything else?
I think we're-
All right, this is what the court is going to do. One, you're going to need to give the certificate that you completed that and that you continue with your classes. I'm going to allow you to have contact to be present at all doctor's appointments. I'm going to allow phone contact and video contact. We're going to come back here on February 21st or before if parties want to be back before. And at that time, the court, if there are no issues, the court will allow no harmful or injurious contact. Okay? So whether or not it's no harmful or injurious contact on February 21st or before, that's completely up to you. So if all things go well with you going to the doctor's appointment, with you turning in the certificate to your defense counsel, with the phone contact and video contact, everything will be fine. Now, here's the thing. Do not get loose with the court's orders. Like the only time you're allowed to have contact is by phone or video, and you're able to go to her doctor's appointments. So you're still not able to go to her home or anything like that. You understand? And if she needs food or something, I have discovered the Instacart, which is, my mom loves Instacart. So
She should be said with that, because when we got married, I gave her one of my debit cards and I deposit money and I covered for all the costs.
well, that's a good thing. I'm glad you're looking out for your unborn child. All right, so we're moving towards that. So on the 21st, if all goes well in council, you won't even have to come in. Just make sure the certificate is there. And then this may change to a no contact order. I'm sorry, no harmful or injurious contact.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll pass the message along.
All right, and you can make a copy of this if you wish.
I will in the back. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and be right back.
And Sade, if you could make sure you look into that case and see.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Myra Matthews. All right, how are you doing? You're back.
I'm doing great. Wife's not doing so great. That's
Oh.
why I'm here.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. All right, if you could switch places with your client. So I know today was the plea deadline day, but I know you have matters that are going on. You probably have not been able to review everything that you need to review and discuss it with your client.
If I may explain, Your Honor, I
Yes.
raised that in a motion with the court, let the court be aware of my wife's problems. She's had a very rough year. When I was in court last, she just finished therapy. She's mobile, just about back in the pain, which then freed me the time I need to pay attention to these cases. Literally the day after I left court, she's in my office helping out, fell backwards, landed on the coffee table, fractured 2 ribs, and cracked 1 more vertebrae.
Oh.
She's a Methodist Stone Oak for about 5 days. And from there to Warm Springs Rehabilitation. It was just released the day before Christmas Eve. She's just now getting mobile with my assistance again. That means there'll be more home therapy, more time tied up with doctors. I explained to Mr. Matthews that his case is important. It's important to me because these things going on, I'm falling down the job. I'm not satisfied with what I'm able to do right now. So I was really looking for the court's direction to see what the court would like me to do.
All right, if you want to withdraw, you can withdraw. If not, I will extend his plea deadline date to February.
And I would ask Mr. Matthews, sir, I'm your attorney, I've explained the problem. Would you like me to be replaced with another lawyer?
It's completely up to you, Mr. Matthews. Your attorney is giving you that option. If you choose that option, I will appoint another attorney for you.
No.
I'm sorry? All right. So Ms. Ferguson, can you give me a 1 month reset for a plea deadline date?
Yeah, I do February 9th.
All right, so February 9th is going to be your plea deadline date. And if you decide not to accept the state's offer, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without just cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. So on February 9th, you'll let me know whether or not you're accepting the offer. If you choose not to, we'll give you a jury trial setting.
Judge, thank you for consideration. I apologize to the court, as well as apologize to Mr. Matthews.
There is no need to apologize. Things happen that are beyond our control, and Mom will most definitely be sending up prayers for your wife.
Thank you so much. Mr.
All right, thank
Matthews.
you.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who's here on Jonathan Sanchez? All right, Mr. Sanchez. All right, what is happening with this case?
Connor, the prosecutor and I conferred. They have not made a formal offer yet because they would like to speak with the complainant on the case. And also, you want to talk about the NCIC? What was wrong there?
Oh, there's just some items in the file I need to make sure are complete, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a regular reset on Mr. Sanchez? And that'll be for the state to tender an offer or speak to the complainant and make sure that we have all the discovery.
Correct.
All right, so we'll be back on February 9th.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Who's here on Jonathan Rodriguez?
Your Honor, ready on that.
All right.
Straight. Derecho, derecho.
And así a la tía.
All right, is the state ready on Jonathan Rodriguez? This is family violence.
Yes, Judge. State's ready.
All right, court is calling. And I'm gonna need everyone to be quiet in the box. Court is calling 2019 CR 6589, State of Texas versus Jonathan Rodriguez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? For the defense? All right, are you Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
All right, have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI report, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Are there going to be any witnesses or just argument?
This argument.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you entered a plea to indecency with a child. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 15, and there's to be no contact with the complainant and Chapter 62 registration. The state is opposed to your application, state?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm to proceed with argument, correct?
Yes.
I didn't want to assume anything. Sorry. So based on the offense date, if you look at the child's date of birth compared to the defendant's date of birth, the child was 6 years old at the time of the offense, and the defendant was 28 years old at the time of the offense. This case is even more aggravated in the fact that this child, when she went and had her SANE exam, the fact that she had a SANE exam is terrible in itself. But as a result of that, she tested positive for chlamydia in both her anus and in her vagina. What's contained in the STIPs, and I believe the court can consider, is that this child said that penetrated her anus and her vagina. And so it's clear, what other way other than some sexual act by somebody does a child get this? And so these cases are already egregious in the nature that we have a child victim whose innocence has been stolen from them. But what's even more aggravating is the fact is the age difference that this child was 6 years old at the time of the offense. And what's even more aggravating is the fact that this defendant, presumably, all the evidence suggests that he is the one who caused her to have an STI at the age of 6, maybe 7 at the time of her outcry. And so we are asking, and I believe justice demands that you deny his application for deferred adjudication, and that we ask that you sentence him to the full 15 years because the aggravating nature of this offense.
All right, defense.
Your Honor, obviously, these are aggravated facts, but these cases almost always involve aggravated facts. And I think, Judge, what is gonna determine how this case goes is whether or not the court believes that my client is worthy of redemption, and I would say that he is. I am asking that you put him on deferred adjudication. Notwithstanding the horrible mistake that he made, he has no criminal history. He's never done, he's never been convicted of a felony, he's never done time in prison, he's never done time in county jail. This is his first offense, and it is a horrendous offense, but the fact remains he has no criminal history whatsoever. Further, Your Honor, if there is deferred adjudication, as the court knows, the court would not be limited to the sentencing range that it's limited today in the event that Mr. Rodriguez were to violate his deferred adjudication. Mr. Rodriguez at that point would be facing the maximum, which I think gives him incentive to behave himself while on deferred adjudication. Also on deferred adjudication, the court can order the treatment that he needs in order to rehabilitate himself. And the court could also order conditions to protect the complainant from the defendant. I'm asking, Your Honor, that you put him on deferred adjudication. This is a horrendous thing. There's not really anything I can say about that. But the fact is, I think he's worthy of saving. He has no criminal history. And I do think that I do think that he could right the ship, so to speak, Your Honor.
All right, anything you wish to say? Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can lower your hand. So before you decide to testify, if you decide to testify, the state, of course, is allowed to cross-examine you. Do you still wish to testify?
If I ask you questions, you can ask you questions too. You have to answer. Okay.
All right, what would you like to say?
No, about the probation, if you do give it to me, you know what I mean?
All right, I thought you wanted to say something about the actual
Oh,
allegations.
no, I was gonna say about the probation. You know, if you do give it to me, I promise, Your Honor, that I'll prove to you. And also I'll prove to my brother that's back there and my mom also. And
why are you kissing a 6-year-old with your tongue? That's what I'd like to know.
Why am I kissing a
6-year-old with your tongue? I read all of the PSI reports.
I don't remember doing that, Your Honor.
Why are you penetrating a 6-year-old with your penis? I mean, you pled guilty to it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm trying to figure out what were your thought process when you were penetrating a 6-year-old with your penis in the vagina and anus?
It was, I know I messed up and, you know.
Well, no, my question is why? What were you thinking while you were doing it? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I just called over there.
Okay.
Sorry.
I mean, I'm just asking questions.
All
right, defense? Any questions?
No, Your Honor. As the court sees, there's what can he say for this? It's horrendous. I just asked the court to show mercy.
All right, any questions?
I think you said enough, Judge.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to find you guilty, sentence you to 15 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's Chapter 62 registration and no contact with the complainant. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
That's fine.
Because it's the plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. I understand that sometimes people regret what they've done, but we can't turn back the hands of time. So you need to internalize what you've done, and hopefully this won't happen again with you. You understand? All right, is there any impact or no?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. Who's here on McFarland? Leah McFarland. All right. Court is calling 2021 CR 11553, State of Texas versus Leah Beth McFarland. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
You want her in the middle, Judge? I'm sorry.
In the middle. All right, for the state,
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
for the defense,
I'm Al Docket for Leah McFarland.
and are you Miss McFarland?
Yes, yeah.
Showing you what's entitled motion to revoke deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Leah Beth McFarland who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2021 CR 11553 for the offense of assault on a peace officer or judge on February 23rd, 2022 for a period of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I apologize before we go into the full hearing. We've actually conferred, we're gonna ask the court for a reset, to get a mental health evaluation.
Okay.
She picked up a new offense where it was trespassing, and while she was homeless, she was in a dumpster trying to get clothes and food.
Mhm.
It's probation's recommendation, and we're in agreement that she needs to get a mental health assessment to see if she needs some sort of treatment.
Well, I mean, is she competent?
She is competent, but it doesn't necessarily mean that she doesn't need additional mental health, help. And I asked how long it would take to get an assessment. It's my understanding that they can, for Ms. Abram, the assessment can be done on January 23rd. So we're asking for a reset date of January 31st. By then, we should have everything in order, Judge.
All right, state, do you have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor, just because it may just help us resolve this in a better way.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, are we able to recall this for February 1st or either January 31st?
Either day, Judge, whatever's good for you.
All right, so we're going to recall this for February 1st. And the court will order, if it needs to be, order a mental health evaluation from probation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
Please, excuse, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're fine. Oh, they have a seat. Thank you.
Who's here? Juan Hernandez.
I am, Your Honor.
All right, what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, he wants his jury trial. He wanted his jury trial the last couple of times and it didn't happen. He has clothes at the jail. He wasn't brought dressed, and he wasn't brought dressed last time either.
All right, because today is not our jury trial date. So, and I had put this as I had put a plea deadline date down for him.
It was recalled from earlier this week.
Yes. So, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a jury trial date? How long are we expecting this jury trial?
Judge, literally jury selection, 2.5 days maybe.
Agreed.
All right.
And he does want to go to trial as soon as possible. He tells me he's upset he's not gone to trial yet.
Yeah. All right. So, Ms. Ferguson, can I get a jury trial date for Mr. Hernandez? Your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. What date, Ms. Ferguson?
23rd, but they have to go.
All right. All right, you'll be here on January 23rd for jury trial, and you will be in impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, is there any assurance I could get that I'll be number one or close?
Oh, it's impact, so you'll be going.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the best that I could do for the 23rd.
Who's here on Valentin Ramos?
Can I talk to him? Can I talk to him?
The attorney for Valentin Ramos.
He's Sister Jerry. I don't know, pretty much.
All right, Xavier Griffin.
That's Adrian, that is.
Griffin?
Xavier Griffin. All right. So is your client accepting an offer or does he wish to have a jury trial?
He's not accepting an offer. I'd like to make a brief record, Judge, and then before the court admonishes him, I may.
All right.
Mr. Griffin has.
Oh, just one second.
Yes.
Court is going on the record in cause number 2022 CR 3796 and 2022 CR 3797, State of Texas versus Xavier Griffin. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Adrian Pettis.
All right, Mr. Pettis, you wanted something on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Today, the state made two offers towards Mr. Griffin. One for probation and one for.
Well, no.
Oh, okay. I'll keep it more general. I apologize. The state made him two offers for which he's not satisfied with either. I've explained to Mr. Griffin that the state has the same right to a jury trial as we do. And the state will not sign a jury waiver if we go open to the court. Which it seems like that's what he wants to do. I don't think that Mr. Griffin trusts what I'm saying.
Mr. Griffin?
Yeah.
This is the legal process. The legal process is I make sure that your attorney has all the discovery, okay? So I'm being told, or I have been told that he has all the discovery. Then what I do is I require the state to make an offer. And I require your attorney is ethically obligated to give you that offer. You can either accept the offer or not accept it. Or you can say, I won't accept this offer, but ask the state if they will give me A, B, or C. And then the state can say, all right, we'll give you A, B, and C. Or they may say, no, we're not changing our offer. Our offer is our offer. Now, when it comes to jury trials, if you want a bench trial with me, the state has to agree to that because the state is entitled to a jury trial just like you're entitled to a jury trial. If you decide, you know what, I just want to enter a plea and let the court decide, then you can go open to the court if the state has no objections to you not having a jury trial. It's completely up to you. So do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Any confusion over anything? All right, so what would you like to do, Mr. Griffin? Do you want a jury trial? I know that the state has tendered an offer today. That's what I'm being told.
Yes.
So I will give you.
And Judge, I did make the offer today only. We have been negotiating. I did make both offers contingent on him taking it today.
So it's today. Well, let me ask you this, state. I know you're saying that today is the deadline, but since it's been offered today, and I know you all have been negotiating back and forth, would you be willing, and it's completely up to you, I don't like to interfere with negotiations, but would you be willing to keep it open till tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we can have him recalled for tomorrow.
Tomorrow's a bad day for me, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm doing Uvalde District Court.
All right, would you like to do it by Zoom?
I'd love to do it by Zoom.
All right. So, Ms. Ferguson, I know it would be difficult and we would need an iPad if he decides to accept the offer, but are we able to bring Mr. Griffith back for tomorrow?
I think I can squeeze it in there. Might be a little tight on the name.
Okay, so do you want this to come back tomorrow, Mr. Griffith, so you can have time to think about the offer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the state is only keeping their offer open for tomorrow, and I see that everything that's been happening because I write everything in the docketing sheet. So we'll bring you back tomorrow, and that will be your plea deadline date, and you will be allowed to appear by Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Judge, do you want me to have him on Zoom from the jail?
Yes, that would be best. They're gonna Zoom you for the jail. That'll be easier because they actually have the equipment there for you, and we won't have to find an iPad here. All right, is there anything else, Mr. Griffith? Any questions about anything?
I was kind of confused about. I didn't have a problem with the plea. I was just they wanted me to sign on a certain thing, which is cool with me. I just wanted to, for the board to go with.
No, here's the thing. You will have to discuss the actual plea bargain agreement. That would have to be between you, your attorney, and the prosecutor. I'm not allowed to know what plea bargain, the agreement is, because it's confidential. So if there's something you want to talk to your attorney and work out now, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, we'll have you here tomorrow by Zoom. So it's up to you. So I'll give you a chance to speak with him.
Yes, Your Honor. May I get the court to admonish him on just one thing, just for his peace of mind? I had told Mr. Griffin, without getting into any details of any plea bargain, I had told Mr. Griffin that the availability of a 1244A is something that the court could give him. However, we cannot be in that position unless the state signs a jury waiver, which they will not if that's the route that we go. And I need Mr. Griffin to understand that I can't just get him a 1244A. There's a procedure.
All right, Mr. Griffin, I've been a defense attorney, as you know, and a prosecutor. And I understand sometimes people want what they want, right?
Right.
Your attorney has to negotiate with the state. And if the state doesn't want to agree to a certain plea, they can say, no, we're not offering. Okay? All right, thank you. All right,
You have any questions or you want to sleep on it until tomorrow?
so if you guys want to talk in the box, you can. Fraulein Guzman.
I can get you the 9 months of
Yes.
probation. Yeah. Okay. That needs to be clear. All right.
All right, what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, I worked the matter with Jason, the Assistant District Attorney, and we are in agreement. We're in agreement for a short recess, to get some more information concerning the offense.
All right, what time would you all like this back?
Judge,
3 weeks.
3 weeks is fine. I mean, whatever the.
All right, is that enough
That's
time?
sufficient time, Judge. I have talked to Mr. Martinez, which I believe this is the 4 co-defendants on this case, these cases. And we're evaluating, we're in contact with the victim. We just got in contact with the victim this morning.
Okay.
So we are processing it at this point to give a proper.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 3-week reset on Fraulein Guzman, please? Yes.
February 2nd.
All right, we'll be back on February 2nd.
Your Honor, I think February 2nd is a bad day for me.
All right.
I have like 6, 7 cases that day out of some other county.
All right.
If the next day would be fine with me or.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can we move this to February 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll see you back on February 3rd, but that will be exactly at 9 a.m. because we will probably be in trouble.
I was here before now.
Yeah, you were trying to get me to work at 7 a.m., but okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who's here on Ruben Rodriguez? All right, thank you. And who's the co-defendant, Mr. Coons? Okay. And Norma, this one they're talking.
Your Honor, may I approach real quick?
Yes.
On Griffin, we have an agreement. I'm due in the 399th. Can we plea it this afternoon by chance? Or are you gonna be working through lunch?
If you can state if you can start on the paperwork, we'll do it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Judge, sorry.
I'm not sure. I haven't talked with them yet.
We're having to turn the printer on, put on. We've been having.
Okay.
I haven't talked with
No
them.
problem.
Okay.
I understand. Okay.
Well, they're gonna we're here reset because.
All right, Ruben Rodriguez and Priscilla Sosa.
Yeah, I need to get one of the way.
All right, so what is happening with these cases?
We've been negotiating with Oscar and I guess Jason to, Oscar asked a few minutes ago for about a week to.
Okay, just 1 second, Miss, if you could stand on this side of your attorney.
I think we can step back for a minute. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank
Winds
you.
of change are blowing, Judge. That's a song.
Oh, I know. I was doing a lot of songs yesterday. Who's here on Hector Lopez?
I think that's you. Yeah.
Me, Judge.
Yeah.
All right, and where is Hector Lopez? Excuse me, sir.
Sir, hey, mate, you, well.
You want to
You have, it's a yes.
On those two cases, the ones that I just gave you on both Lopez and Lopez. Miguel, for some reason, whoever did the booking, assigned Miguel to go.
Wait, is this?
They're two different.
It's the same incident, two different co-defendants.
Who are the co-defendants? Because I have Lopez, Hector Lopez, and I have Benitez Lopez and Eric
Both
Lopez.
of them are defendants.
That's
There's like
that's the
four.
one that you just reset. Is that the active? Yeah. That's the one that you just reset, John, Judge, to February 3rd with Mr. Leal.
There's like four co-defendants.
All right, so who is your client?
Right here.
I got two of them.
You have two of them.
Okay, which two do you have? What are their names?
I got
Lopez.
Randy,
I need the full names. I know it's
Hector
Lopez and
Lopez
Lopez.
Nájera and Randy Lopez Benitez.
Okay, so there's a conflict.
I would think so, Judge.
All right, so which case are you remaining on?
It's up to you, Judge.
All right, Norma, can you put see if there's an attorney for Hector Lopez Nájera? And then you will remain on Randy. Are you okay with remaining on Randy?
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge.
Okay.
No.
All right, Norma, is Robert Maurer next up on the list?
I just want Randy.
I don't know if he speaks Spanish, but he's.
I'm no.
No,
He's-
the BLS thing. Are you-
No, I am.
Yes, but he's not up next on the list. Who's up next on the list?
Give me 1 second, Judge.
Robert Mauer, Judge. You know, Judge, I've actually heard him speak Spanish very well, beautifully well. He does it.
Yes.
He says he does it. He said.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Judge, and also I believe the state, because there's several co-defendants, have asked for a reset on this matter.
All right, so is your case associated with Mr. Leal's case?
I believe so is what,
Yes, ma'am. There's four co-defendants.
there's the four co-defendants.
All right, so we can bring this back on the same day as Mr. Leal's case,
And that'll be February
3rd.
3rd. All right, Judge, I'll talk to my client and then
I'll inform you.
All right, Norma, he's going to stay on Randy Lopez, and if you can put him for February 3rd. And the other Lopez will be February 3rd, and let's see what the system gives.
You want me to just let the system give it? Or you want-
Do we have a Spanish speaker? All right, if I could see that, please.
Are you ready to reach? Okay. That's ready.
Here we are.
I'm shocked that he left. I'll have to go chase him down.
And Norman, Caroline, on this one, they say that they're working out a plea. All right, who is here on Eric Gonzalez Lopez? If you can come forward.
Your Honor, Mr. Martinez taking a plea across the hall.
All right, and this is the same case with the other co-defendants? Is this one of the co-defendants? All right, so on this one, it's going to come back on February 3rd. Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Griffin, Hernandez.
Kevin Robinson. All right, on this one, there was a 911 call that was needed. Have you received that? Does it exist?
We have not, Your Honor. I believe the state's going to request if there's a couple of 911 as well as reports associated with those and or incident detail reports that are associated with those, I believe. But I think they're still working on getting that requested.
All right, family violence on Kevin Robinson.
Yes, Judge.
I'm being told that there is more than one 911 call.
So Judge, what they've requested is for us to pull prior reports, not necessarily related to this offense, but extraneous offenses. And so I want just so that I'm clear from the court could know, so that we don't come into an issue later. I've been told that all these reports should be through SAPD. I've already requested them through my investigator. He said SAPD usually takes about a day turnaround. She's also wanting the 911 calls. I've already explained to her that most likely those calls aren't going to have been purged because they weren't tagged at the time that they relate to a criminal case. They purged within like 60 days or something like that.
All right, and that was on a extraneous case and not this one?
She is saying that there are other reports that relate to potentially other acts by the complainant towards the defendant. And so I don't have that information in front of me, and so we requested that information.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I get a regular reset on Kevin Robinson, please? And it's for discovery.
I can do February 9th.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset date for February 9th, then you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Norma, what page is he on? Oh, okay, because I was like, I don't see him on the docket. Valentin Ramos.
Sir.
All right, so Mr. Ramos, you now know where this courtroom is located. Don't be late again, okay? All right, what is happening with this case?
So Judge, I've been informed today that Mr. Ramos has been accepted to pretrial diversion, and we're just waiting for those emails to come through.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, this is PTD on Mr. Ramos.
On that case, Judge, you can come back on the 21st on that.
All right, you'll be back on February 21st. All of that paperwork needs to be done. Do you understand? All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form. Who's here? Mark Aragon?
The judge speak.
Yes.
You bring him up?
Yes.
Am I on this side?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything is reversed in this
Just
court.
trying to figure out.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go on the record. And Dinah, this is two cases. Court is calling 2022 CR 3008 and 2022 CR 8245, State of Texas versus Mark Anthony Aragon. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Robert Mouth, defendant, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Aragon? Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement in each of these cause numbers. Have you received all the discovery in the case that you review it with your client?
I did.
And each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Aragon, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision or deferred adjudication. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you all could be quiet in the box, please, we're on the record. Mr. Aragon, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review those with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented in cause number 2022 CR 3008?
That is correct, Your Honor, yes.
And are you proceeding with the indictment as presented on 2022 CR 8245?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Aragon, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
And cause number 2022 CR 3008, you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams. That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. And cause number 2022 CR 8245, you're charged with the offense of theft under $1,500 enhanced. That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? You need to speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow that agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow that agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked and each cause number, the court could find you guilty and sentence you and cause number 2022 CR 8245 up to 2 years in the state jail facility and a $10,000 fine. And in cause number 2022 CR 3008 up to 10 years in the prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And each of the cause numbers, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering the plea bargain agreement in each of these cause numbers, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into pleas in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent?
Yes,
Mr. Aragon, in each of the cause numbers, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, off the record for a moment. On the enhancement, theft enhancement, it says here that the plea bargain agreement is 1 year.
We're silent, Your Honor. So 1 year, a cap of 1 year.
I said, yeah, it's a state jail.
All right,
It's a
thank
state
you.
jail. Yes,
Okay,
sir. I
thanks.
apologize.
All right. The court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
And cause number 2022 CR 3008, the state is asking that your punishment be assessed at 3 years in the prison. And in cause number 2022 CR 8245, they're asking that your punishment be assessed at 1 year in the state jail facility. In each cause number, they're remaining silent. Each of the cases will run concurrent, and they are asking for restitution, if any, to express super Gs. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes,
In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No.
Then to the offense as charged in cause number 2022 CR 3008. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
And in cause number 2022 CR 8245, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea.
Your Honor, at this time, the state introduces State's Exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
no objections on either one of those, Judge.
Mr. Aragon, in each of the cause number, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did
Yes.
you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause number, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, each of the cause numbers, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Sentencing on this case will be set for March 9th. At that time, the court will make a decision on your application based upon any evidence that's presented to me and the PSI report. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there a request for a TAP evaluation as well?
I would ask for two.
So there'll be a TAP evaluation, probation, and PSI. All right, you'll get a reset form from Ms. Ferguson. And I will see you back on March 9th.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, and here's the rubber band.
Real quickly.
Yes.
Since they're dismissing my client's case, they're just doing paperwork, Charles and his client. Well, do I need to stick around?
You do not need to stay, but your client will in case something happens.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And we'll call you if something does happen.
Just a tap, just a PSI and a tap like this.
Who's on Jeremy Medina? Yes. All right, and if you can have your client, Medina. Jeremy Medina. Court is calling 2022 CR 5928, State of Texas versus Jeremy Medina. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Alberto Rodriguez for Jeremy Medina.
And are you Mr. Medina? All right, I'm gonna need you guys to be quiet in the box while we're on the record. Counsel, I'm showing you what's entitled discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. I need everyone to be quiet in the box. Ms. Kramer, I need y'all to be quiet in the box. We're on the record. All right, Mr. Medina, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Waive it, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Medina, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with unauthorized use of a vehicle? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Medina, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the state jail facility. This is to run concurrent with County Court Cause number 661464. The state will take in consideration the following cause numbers. County Court Cause number 674019, 675679, 695, 138, 2022 CR 5927, night mag number 683786, which is grand jury number 785397. Did you understand that to be the plea? Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence?
No comment.
I'm sorry, are you pleading guilty or no contest? State any evidence to support the defendant's plea.
State offer states exhibit 1 in all attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Medina, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the court will follow the agreement, sentence you to 2 years in the state jail facility. This will run concurrent with concurrent with County Court Cause number 661464. Take in consideration County Court Cause number 6740119, 675-679, 695-138, 2022 CR 5927, night mag number 683786, which corresponds with grand jury number 785397. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Question of, as far as the misdemeanor 661464, will he be taken to county court 8 to enter that plea, or do you have that plea here?
I don't do that plea here. What will end up happening is we'll let the other deputies know and they will come and collect him if they're able to collect him, or either have to be done on another date, but you'll have to contact that county court for that. All right. Thank you. Mr. Medina, I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we're off the record. Mr. Medina, you're gonna have to make better decisions. Otherwise, you're gonna find yourself in and out of the prison system. If there is a drug or alcohol problem, there are plenty free places that you can go to get help. You understand? All right, good luck to you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, who's the attorney on April Gonzalez?
Yeah, she's not present this morning, but she is on Zoom.
She's by Zoom, and she's gonna be here tomorrow, or either she's gonna give you a copy of some sort of test that proves she's ill. So have you been given that?
Judge, she did test positive for COVID in the jail, which is why her family was so urgent to get her out of the jail, and that was in November. And she hasn't fully recovered from that. She also had a spill in the jail because she was really sick and she had a gash in her head that had to be stitched up. And as you can see, she's not fully recovered, and she does have medical records, hospital records. But of course, she didn't get the best treatment in the jail. That's why her family wanted to get her out.
All right, so what's gonna end up happening on this case, Ms. Gonzalez, is you need to provide documentation to your attorney. If you're still ill, then you need to provide that. This is gonna get called back. Ms. Ferguson, can we put this case? Are we able to put this on the docket for next week, Ms. Ferguson?
Yes.
All right, what date?
I can do. Wednesday, the 18th.
All right. Ms. Gonzalez, you're gonna need to be in court at 9 a.m. on Wednesday, the 18th. All right, is there anything else, counsel?
Not today, Judge.
All right, we'll see you then.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thanks for my.
All right, everyone, just give me 5 minutes. It'll probably be less than 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and I will be right back.
Oh, it's just, we
All right, so. Yes, who's your client? All right. Valdemar Hinojosa,
Yes, Your Honor, he's.
come forward, please. Okay, what's happening with this case?
Judge, I'm in contact with the federal prosecutors. This case may or may not go federally. Actually, one of the co-defendants pled, females being coming up today, but the two males may be going federally. I'm in contact. They said if they have till Monday to determine it for sure. So we're asking for at least a short reset, maybe it's Monday or Tuesday.
All right, do you think maybe 2 or 3 weeks and you would know by then?
Oh, definitely.
And so do you want 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
Whatever's easiest for the court judge.
Well, no, I mean for you all, because I'm assuming that if they do pick up the case, then you all will do something differently, so
Yes.
they may not have to come back.
Right, if you, I mean, Judge, I was even saying next week, but I mean, if you want to, 2 weeks is fine.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 2-week reset on Hinojosa, Valdemar?
2 weeks, Judge, I can do the 26th, but that's gonna be during the interim. Or I can just get back on the.
We can just put it on February 2nd. And by then, everyone should know something.
Yes.
That's that kind of slow.
All right, so February 2nd. Because this is just for an update on that.
Yes, that's right.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Ferguson
Judge.
will give you a reset form.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. It's I don't have the file. Let me get it.
She's the co-defendant on this one.
Yeah,
He's in federal custody, is my understanding.
yes, because he's not here.
Yeah.
He's- All right, so, and we will just then put that on the 2nd as well. And just let her know. All right, and then, with Bill Davidson's case,
Yes, ma'am.
is his client in custody?
Yes, he is.
All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna reset this. And we're gonna reset it for 1 month. Can you let the Mr. Dominguez, can you come forward? John Dominguez? Does he not speak? John Dominguez. Okay, I know my southern accent comes out sometime, but did that sound anything like Dixon?
We have him downstairs, Your Honor.
Okay, well, could you let him know his attorney's ill? So we're gonna recall his case for 1 month. What date, Ms. Ferguson?
The 9th.
All right, so let him know we're gonna come back on February 9th. And Ms. Ferguson, Bill Davidson will be available, but it's just gonna have to be by Zoom.
Okay, so I'll put the-
And he can come back by Zoom as well. The defendant, yes.
Thanks. Take care.
You too.
All right, who are the parties on Betty Jean Gonzalez?
I'm president.
All right. We're gonna go on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 9686B, State of Texas versus Betty Jean Gonzalez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett.
Suzanne
Kramer for Ms. Gonzalez.
And are you Miss Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everyone, while we're on the record, if you all could not talk in the box. Okay. Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Well, yes, Your Honor, but we're waiving count 1 and waiving count 3, proceeding on count 2 alone.
No objection.
Ms. Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has, Judge.
Do you believe she has a factual as well as a rational understanding of the charges against her?
She does.
You believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Ms. Gonzalez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you into the plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, state is proceeding on count 2. Punishments be assessed at 10 years in the prison. There's a $2,500 fine. There's no application for deferred adjudication. State recommends community supervision. And there's $57 to SAPD for laboratory testing. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 10 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 200 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense is charged in count 2. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence?
State offer state exhibit number 1 with all the attachments, Your Honor.
No objection.
Ms. Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Just in reference to any possibility that you might hold her pending the TAP evaluation, she can probably speak to this better than I, but in the interim, since this happened, she has cut ties with all of those people. Additionally, she lost her son, so she's now the caretaker of her grandchild and she has a job. And so the longer she sits in jail, the more likely she might lose that job. She's been doing very well, other than there was an FTA on her, which I don't remember there being an FTA, so I'm not really sure why she was on bond and got taken back into custody. But she understands that if you release her today, she must go in to get the TAP evaluation, and failing to do so would you would issue another warrant.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 42, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
I have 3,
What are their ages?
20, 18, and 16.
And how old is this grandchild that your attorney was speaking of?
Grandbaby's just gonna come soon. She's on, it's on still. She's still pregnant with the baby.
Okay. Who's with your 16-year-old?
A 16-year-old's in foster care right now, fighting for her to come home.
Okay, so there is a CPS case.
No, it's not a CPS case. When I was in prison this last time, my dad had custody of my baby. And CPS case was on my ex-husband because he mistreated her. So I've been fighting for her to come back home to me. But because she's in another state, and I've been doing it into like through the phone, talking to the courts over the phone and fighting for my child like that way.
When's the last time you had employment before you were in custody?
I'm sorry?
When is the last time you had employment before you were taken into custody?
When was it? You have a job.
Oh, I have a job right now. I work at Burlington, ma'am. It took me 2 weeks to fight to get into this job.
And these other people you were with, how do you know them?
There were street family. I just cut them off.
Wait a minute, what?
It was like a street family, something by myself.
A street family?
A street family. Like I don't talk to my blood family because they were putting me in the bed. So I cut ties to my own blood family, and I grew on to the street family, but I cut ties to them too because they were putting me in the bed as well. I just chose to do better for myself.
Where are you from?
Grandmother.
Where
I'm
are
from
you-
here, ma'am. I just cut ties to my whole family just so I could better my life.
Is there any gang affiliation? See, I'm trying to figure out, how did you come to be with 2 other people who obviously everybody has drugs, there are guns in the car?
One's my brother and the other one's my cousin. That's why I'm cutting ties to my own.
Okay,
family.
so you were saying that this is your street family, so now I'm hearing these are blood
The
relatives?
ones, my co-defendants were my blood family. My street family that I was living with, I cut ties to them because they started to use drugs, and I'm trying to get away from it because I want to live for my grandchild and try and get my baby back.
All right, so
That's the reason why I
what
cut
drugs have you
ties.
been using?
I've been using methamphetamines, but I'm sober. Prior to coming in for this warrant, I was already sober for a week and a half. I cut ties from doing drugs. I'm even signing up to go to be a substance abuse counselor as well, man.
All right. So what's her criminal history like? What's your criminal history?
My criminal history is possession, ma'am.
Have you been to prison before?
Yes, ma'am.
State jail.
State jail
For what?
for possession.
All right. So what drugs have you used other than meth?
Marijuana.
And what else?
That's it, ma'am.
Well, in this police report, it says that you all had Xanax in a cooler.
That happened to me.
All right. How long would it be to get a TAP evaluation while in custody?
2 weeks.
All right. I'm gonna need a TAP evaluation.
I'm just really afraid this job that she has at Burlington won't last that long. And she knows that if she doesn't show up to probation to do the TAP, that you're gonna issue a warrant. She'll be right back in
No,
jail.
I mean, she may need inpatient treatment. That's why, I mean, I don't know. But it's obvious to me she has major drug issues, and the fact that she has a child that's in foster care,
But
in
that-
which state?
Not to cut you off, ma'am, but that foster care is not my fault.
Yeah, it is.
So how is it my fault when? I
Because you
gave
were
my-
in
my dad-
prison.
I was in prison because of possession charge,
Yes.
but I wasn't using.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Then this time I was, ma'am, I really was.
All right, let me ask you
using it,
this.
And I'm going to classes for this stuff.
Oh, no, she can continue. All right, I understand, but here's the thing. I've done CPS cases before as a defense attorney. And when clients would tell me, hey, it's not my fault, my child is in care, I've been at the prison, somebody else should have been doing that. But when children are brought into this world, you know who's responsible for them? The mother, the father. Those are the people responsible. And a lot of people think that grandparents are responsible, but grandparents are not really responsible. Sometimes they step up and say, I'll do this, but that's not their job. So if your child is under CPS care while you were in prison, that's partially your fault because you should have been there. You were not there. You were at the prison for possession. I understand about the Burlington job. I really do, but you're not going to be any help to your grandchild until you get help with your own drug problem. And I can tell you right now, if Child Protective Services is doing their job, they are not going to allow you around your grandchild until you get your life together. And being drug-free for 2 weeks on meth is not a long time. That's not even enough to start a habit of not using.
Man, what I just started using, that's why I got off of it.
Yeah. All right, so you say the TAP evaluation can be done in 2 weeks? All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall this in 3 weeks? And we're just doing a TAP evaluation. All right, we're going to do February 2nd. And probation, can you do a referral also to felony drug court? Felony drug court will, Ms. Kramer will probably be able to see her by next week.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. So we'll see you back on February 2nd. I'm sorry. Oh, no, just when you send it to February, I'm sorry, Bashan, when you refer, don't make it a ghost state. When you refer it to felony drug court, let them know that she's already applied for probation. We're just trying to get a pre-screen from them. And they actually may be able to get the TAP evaluation and everything quicker than that time period. We shall see. All right, Jonathan Ramirez. Is he in custody?
Yeah.
All right, his case is going to be recalled for tomorrow. Could you let him know his attorney is in Comal County? And Norma, I'm sorry, what date did you give Ms. Gonzalez?
The second.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Vernon Dixon?
Thank you, Judge. What, my client to approach?
Yes. All right, so on this one, I'm assuming based upon the charges that everybody needs to reset.
Yes, Judge.
This-
We have conferred that in the back hallway just about the case, and I believe that we're both in agreement. It's his first setting for defense counsels here, and obviously my first setting here too, Judge, but I am familiar with the case. I've evaluated the case. And so just to reset that, you do feel appropriate.
Okay, so Mr. Dixon, normally I don't give a long reset. The longest I usually give is 30 days, but in this one, I'm going to give 45 days because you probably need to review autopsy reports and get those.
Yes, Judge, and discovery, I think, is mostly complete, but there's still some stuff, well, there's some stuff that just came in last week, so it's still coming in.
All
That's
right,
correct, John.
so Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 45-day reset on Mr. Dixon? And we'll just put that as a discovery date, everyone.
March 2nd.
All right, so Mr. Dixon, we're going to come back on your case on March 2nd for discovery. If your attorney wants it brought back sooner, he can let the court know and we'll see if we can find a place for a year. But it's so that your attorney can have all the discovery, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
We're gonna take care of yourself. I'll be visiting with you. Thank you, Jason.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Yes, sir.
Send it back every night. Tax free money. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Norma? On Oscar Lopez,
And that's 2020. In those cases, getting indicted.
I know we had that group of co-defendants, but I don't think he's a part of that group of co-defendants. He's on page 10. All right, so Miguel Hernandez, where is he?
No problem. Thanks.
Can you call him? Thank you.
Okay, well then I'll.
Hello, Mr. Orta.
Hello, Judge.
All right, Norma, could I have the file from Mr. Orta's client? It is Raymond Ruiz. All right, so where's Mr. Ruiz? If you come down, please.
And just to let you know, he has some night cases with Bill Davis.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll probably need to.
No.
No, thank you. All right, so I see here several nightmare cases.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And is this going to be the case that controls everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so what is happening on this case?
Judge, I'm gonna ask for a reset. I don't know if we're gonna be representing him on the other cases or not. I need to find out.
All
If I'm
right,
gonna get hired or not, so that's what I'm gonna ask the court if we can get another reset on it.
okay, so the state is telling me that this case is going to control, so here's my question. Do you have all the discovery on this case?
I'm gonna have to check. I know I have a couple of items, but I haven't checked lately.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Mr. Ruiz, I'm going to give you all a 30-day reset and make sure you have all the discovery.
Thank you, Judge. And we also agreed on a bond amount, Your Honor. He's remanded without bond. He had a $40,000 bond before. And we had the state-
Recommendation from the state, Your Honor.
All right, I'm looking at his history. Now, mind you, I don't, take the facts of the case to be true because I haven't received any facts of the case. I don't know what your agreement is. What is the agreement?
The state recommended to defense counsel $100,000, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, we're gonna have to have a hearing on that.
Okay.
And then I'll make a decision. So whenever you all want to come back on that, just let me know. So just file the motion and the court will hear it.
Okay, hopefully next week, Your Honor. I'll file the motion.
All right,
later
just
on
file the
today.
motion, and if the state is waiving their time to prepare, then we can go forward with it, and then you both can present whatever evidence you want to present to me at that time. All
Thank
right,
you, Judge.
Ms. Ferguson, 30-day reset on Mr. Ruiz.
Do that one on February 13th.
All right, you'll be back on February 13th. And I'll set that as a discovery date. And then whatever date you want to come back on the bond issue, just let the court know.
Okay, I'll file it probably tomorrow and then I'll find it.
Okay.
court
And
date
if you
tomorrow.
want to, I think, isn't Associate Judge Nahara able to hear that?
I hope so.
Yes, so if we can't do it here, then
I have no
you can
problem
go
with
down
that.
there with your agreement.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Or offer, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Norma, the attorneys we need are Bob Hicks, Ray Adams, Joanne De Hoyos, Bill Simmons, Juan Aguilar, and Miguel Hernandez.
I just texted you.
All right, thank you.
I'll just set it back. Judge, I'm here.
Oh, hi. So you have Oscar Lopez.
We're working on it, Your Honor. He went to go get some information. We're gonna tender to the DA's office.
All right, thank you. As you can tell, I didn't see you because I don't have my glasses on.
I appreciate that, Judge.
So he's.
Okay.
he's already-
Page
You were
10.
asking for Stephen tomorrow, but I didn't respond to him yet.
No, he hasn't been in. Let me see, that phone. Could I see Eddie Moran, if you come forward, please? Mr. Moran? Marine. Okay, thank you. Thank you for correcting me on how to pronounce your name. I'm real big on everyone's name should be pronounced correctly. Your attorney is out of county. He's asking that this case be recalled for tomorrow. Are you able to come back tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9, and we're going to tell your attorney to be here at 9 as well. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Hello. Both over there, okay.
We got it. That's gonna hang it up. I'll just hang up. Email address.
Yeah, okay, sorry, no, that's okay. So then I will add people on.
Parade.
You know, so for Griffin, we're gonna do that tomorrow by Zoom, right? At jail.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we have a deal all worked out. Yep, you know what?
It's that, remember that? Yeah. Remember long ago we used to call them.
So,
Look it up. I gotta be here.
It's like he's been here forever now.
I'll give it to you once we're finished. We'll look at this. Down in the back.
Works for me. Thanks, Jim.
Do you know which account you use before we get started?
Yeah, it's gonna be on 2022 CR 3796. No probation.
And Kelly McGinnis? You, no. Charles also has Crystal and Castro.
That's what I turned in the paper.
Oh, okay, thank you, because I was like, where is she?
No, she's here.
Okay,
Right there in the front row.
all right, thanks.
Be ready to go tomorrow.
We were back and forth. I have.
So Norma, the ones we have remaining are Medellin on the first page. That's Bob Hicks.
Oh, yeah.
Joshua Jackson with Ray Adams. Charles Bonk is working on the plea on Ruben Rodriguez. We need Meredith Chacon with Kendall Blunt.
On a murder somewhere out of north.
All right, so when are we recalling Mr. Blunt?
She said if we can do it, she's hoping she'll be done by this week, at the end of this week, with her murder trial.
Mhm.
So that maybe sometime next week, we'll probably do the date for the week.
What date?
You know, that Thursday, that's for 19.
All right, could I see the file on Blunt, please? And then we have Joanne De Hoyos for Emmanuel Saldana. I think
I
this,
was a space and I saw him.
yeah, he was, but I think he forgot that one, maybe.
Let me call him.
All right. And then we have Juan Aguilar on Martha Garcia.
I don't know if that's me for Pablo.
And then we have Delania Stevens with Judy Wimmert.
Maybe women was asking if you get recalled tomorrow. She's here. Oh, she's here.
Tell her no, tell her she needs to be here. Her client was brought over.
No, she's out of Monday. She's out here, Judge.
Oh, she's out here? Just give us a moment. All right, could I see the parties on Crystal and Castro? Court is calling 2022 CR 10417, State of Texas versus Crystal and Castro. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Salinas.
Defense?
Charles Bond.
And are you Miss Castro?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
We have, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Just one moment, I'm just looking for the indictment. There it is. Ms. Castro, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Castro, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand your charge of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today? Did you understand by entering this plea, you're giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Ms. Castro, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, you're to be sentenced to 3 days in the Bexar County Jail under 12.44 of the Penal Code. And it shows that the judgment should be satisfied. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Judge. State offers listed marked as State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments into evidence.
No objections.
Ms. Castro, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, please.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I believe she's worthy of the plea bargain. We ask you to follow it.
All right, the court will sentence you to 3 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244, give you credit for any time served. The court will show that the judgment is satisfied. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction. You're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. You're going out into the world. You thought maybe something else would happen. Maybe you thought you were going to end up in prison, or maybe you thought you're going to end up at the Bexar County Jail. Do not leave this courtroom going to celebrate,
No, no.
because you don't know what people put into things, because it's not FDA approved. The other thing that you don't know, sometimes when people use drugs, it's their last time, because they get a bad batch or something else happens. Don't let that be you. Don't let me read about you on the news, or let your attorney read about you on the news. There are so many places now that they have to help people who have addictions. If you need it, take advantage of it. Go out there. You can go to AA meetings, Narcotics Anonymous meetings, and I'm sure Mr. Bont and Ms. McGinnis have told you all about that. And I don't think they want to read about you in the newspaper. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Make you be excused.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, who is here on? Oh, I've already, did I sign this on blunt? Oh, thank you for giving me this on blunt. All right, that one's done. So those two are done. Okay, it was jam packed in here and loud, and now it's gotten very quiet.
Now you can't change it.
Mhm. Okay, yes.
Girl, we back.
Oh, yes, they go back at 12:45. So. Well, except for Mr. Bond, he's plead on his case. Ms. Garcia, did your brother Richard, did he make his flight? They had grounded all the flights. Is he in Egypt now?
No, we leave Saturday.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. That's why I'm like, I gotta take care of these cases before I go.
Okay, are you going to make sure I get my photos from Egypt?
Yeah. I will, Jess, I will.
I told Richard, one of my plans, have you ever seen, I think it's called Death on the Nile or whatever? We should do a cruise on the Nile and have a murder mystery on the Nile.
I think that would be so much fun.
Yes, and everybody could dress up in 40s attire.
Yeah. I think it's a wonderful idea, but I think we just need to set it up like we did the other ones, or
Yes.
get credit.
Yes, I will do that. That could be part of the CLE credit.
Because I'm like.
Yes.
My God.
But you know what? We could actually do it and do a CLE,
It would be a fun.
and everybody would have to do their investigation. We could divide people up into investigators and prosecutors.
Still alive, yeah.
Norma, bottom.
And I'm sure some prosecutors would be saying, you can't touch the evidence like that.
And I'll be like,
But happy travels. Is your son going with you all?
no, so this is my first long trip without it since I've had it.
Oh,
I know.
yeah. I told my mom about the running of the bulls, and she's like, tell me Teresa didn't let her son run with the bulls. And
He's like, you know what? It's the best that ever happened. But have you seen Puss in Bear?
yes.
Oh, remember like one of the deaths was that? I
Yes.
like, we laughed so hard.
Oh,
Oh my God.
but you'll have to tell me how it is, because that's one of the things I want to do. I want to go to Egypt.
I've been always wanting to go. But it's like I just never made it. And then with you, that quiz, I was like, wow, it's just the two of us when he was little.
Mhm.
And then after that was just the other thing.
Yeah.
So I'm excited.
Oh, it's going to be fabulous.
There's I can afford to couple.
Ah.
Any bread.
All right, who's here on Ruben Rodriguez? All right, Mr. Bach, let's come forward. And Diana, I promise I will slow down. Have I been going too fast? I'm gonna slow down. You know, okay, you know, when I was in, I'm gonna age myself again. When I was in junior high, which they now call middle school, I took typing and we had it when there were no electric typewriters. So you just have to Charles, you know what I'm talking.
Electric too.
Yep. And then finally we got electric typewriters. We're like, oh, so we would always start our day where you would just warm up your fingers. So I was just giving you a warm up. All right, the court is calling two cases, 2021 CR 10034 and 2022 CR 2120A, State of Texas versus Ruben Rodriguez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Charles Bunk for Mr. Rodriguez.
And are you Mr. Rodriguez? Counsel, in each of these cause numbers, have you received all the discovery and that you reviewed with your client?
I did, I have.
In each cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Rodriguez, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? And did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
Stating cause number 2021 CR 10034. Are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? That's the felon in possession.
No, Judge, we're waiving and banning the habitual offender allegation.
Any objection?
None.
All right, and then in cause number 2022 CR 2120A, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Judge, we're proceeding only on count 2, possession, and waiving the repeater allegation.
And waiving count 1 as well.
And waiving count 1, yes. So only
No
on count.
objection?
No objections.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, in each of the cause numbers, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? And did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and cause number 2022 CR 2120A, you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 over 400 grams, and count 2. That's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison. And in cause number 2021 CR 10034, you're charged with the offense of felony in possession of a firearm. That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand in each of the cause numbers, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering these plea bargain agreements, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Mr. Rodriguez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter these pleas?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the pleas?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial in each of the cause numbers. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you plea bargain agreement. Did you review those with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, your punishment is to be assessed at 8 years in the prison. There's $1,000 fine. There are no applications. Each case will run concurrent. And the state will take in consideration 2021 CR 10033, 2021 CR 10035. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State.
Yes, Judge.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions? Thank you. Then in cause number 2022 CR 2120A, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
And in cause number 2021 CR 10034, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State in each of the cause numbers, do you have any evidence to support the defendants, please?
Yes, Judge, in both cases, state moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments into evidence.
No objections.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you in each cause numbers what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. In each of the cause numbers, the court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
I missed one?
Yes.
Apologize, Judge.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Court will review State's Exhibits 1 and attachments for sufficiency. All right, in each of the cause numbers, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, please.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
We believe he's worthy of the plea bargain. Ask you to follow it.
All right, and cause number 2021 CR 10034. As previously stated, the court is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 8 years in the prison. Give you credit for any time served. There's $1,000 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. This will run concurrent with 2022 CR 2120A. Taking in consideration 2021 CR 10033, 2021 CR 10035. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing under that cause number?
No, Your Honor.
And then in cause number 2022 CR 2120A, the court, as previously stated, is finding you guilty, will sentence you to 8 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's $1,000 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. This will run concurrent with 2021 CR 10034, taking consideration 2021 CR 10033, and 2021 CR 10035. Is there anything with regards to sentencing and that cause number?
No, you're.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendants' Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement in each of these cause numbers, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Rodriguez, how old are you? All right, and I can say this because I'm in the same boat that you're in. You have more of your life behind you than in front of you, unless you're planning to live to 150 or something. So you're gonna have to make a decision on how do you want to live to the remaining time you have on the planet. Either you want to be in and out of jail, in and out of prisons, or either you want to be in the free world. Don't be that person who's at the prison when a new person comes in and they say, how does this place run? What do I do? And they say, oh, you need to ask the oldest person here. We call him Grandpa Rodriguez. Don't be Grandpa Rodriguez, okay? All right, good luck to you. Can I help the- Thank you. Can I have these policy numbers or either?
In this case is also under docket is the co-defendant.
Okay. And also, this case is.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Buck, always good seeing you, and Ms. McGinnis, have a good one.
Thank you.
Hi, bye-bye. Okay, Martha Garcia, when do we want to call this back, Ms. Ferguson? It's psych eval awaiting.
Usually give it about 30 days.
Yes.
30, 45.
Let's do 40 days.
I can do the 23rd February.
You said 23rd?
Yeah.
Could you let defense counsel know?
Yeah.
And let me see what page she is on.
Page 9, Judge.
Thank you. And could you let her know, Deputy? Thank you. Okay.
Everybody back.
And then Marcielo Alonso. All right, if you come forward, please. All right, your attorney is out of county, so we're going to recall your case. Are you able to come in tomorrow? Are you employed?
Yes, I just got promoted to this new position. So,
Are you able to appear by Zoom?
yes,
All right, so what is your work schedule?
8:30 to 5:30.
Do they give you a break?
I have an hour lunch at
Oh,
12.
At 12?
Yes.
All right, so this is what we'll do. We're going to recall you for tomorrow at 12 and you can appear by Zoom.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Ferguson,
Yes, ma'am.
we're going to put her tomorrow at 12 p.m.
Okay.
And if you could make sure that the court coordinator has your email address, because that's how you'll receive it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge Judith said she's on her way. We wait for
Yeah.
her, just tell her to come back tomorrow.
Who's her client? Who's here for Judy Woman? All right, your attorney is on her way, but we're going to take a break because I'm not violating any labor laws. The only reason why we go past 12 is because everybody requested that we go past 12, but we usually cut it off by 1:15.
No, but she's gonna be here by Zoom tomorrow.
All right, who's here on Christopher Ritchie?
I am, Judge.
All right. I'm trying to see what page he is on.
Oh, yes, this is.
Oh, it's not on docket.
Oh, it's off docket.
It's off
Okay.
docket. Yes, Judge.
Oh,
Right here.
look at this. We aim to please.
I am on this.
Everything's reversed over here, Teresa.
I know, I'm like confused.
All right, court is calling 2023 CR 0064, State of Texas versus Christopher Ritchie. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Salinas.
Defense,
Teresa Garcia for the defendant.
are you Mr. Ritchie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery and that you review it with your client?
I did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Ritchie, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm sorry. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled, it's long. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you weigh the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Ritchie, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call them the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargaining agreement, there's to be a $1,000 fine. The state recommends deferred adjudication. This will run concurrent with County Court Clause number 667, 678. State will take in consideration NIMAG numbers 632-945, 632-946, 667, 678. And you are to plea to 667, 678 on January 13th. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge. that is
State?
the plea.
Yes, Judge. On the plea agreement, did I write the misdemeanor bird vehicle twice?
It sounds like now that I. think
Yes,
about
you
it.
did.
I did. Okay, what I meant to do was take in consideration, there's a UCW.
Mhm.
And that cause number. I bet you it's ends in a 7 instead of an 8. Did I?
I got it right here. It's, I
Okay.
wrote it down. It is 667, 678.
Okay, and then what is he pleading to?
What's the other, the bird?
The one, the burglary of a vehicle, he will be pleading to.
Okay,
that.
so there's another one.
He's got 3 felonies. So one that's indicted to.
Oh, here it is. Okay, Judge.
Okay.
The Berg vehicle is 670-748.
Okay, so could you repeat that, please?
Yes, Judge, it's 670-748. I must have gotten confused with the 6s, the 7s, and the 8s.
Oh my gosh.
The,
Somebody. paid attention.
No. Okay, so, and what misdemeanor case is being taken in consideration then?
into
Unlawful
consider
carry of
unlawful
weapon.
carry, UCW.
Okay, and what's the cause number for that?
667678.
All right, so we're gonna repeat that. So this is being running concurrent with 6700748. And the defendant is to enter a plea on that case on tomorrow. And the cases that are being taken in consideration is NIMAG number 632-945, 632-946, and 667678. Does everyone understand that to be the plea state
Yes, Judge.
defense?
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
None that have been ruled upon, no judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 3 years. There be a TAP evaluation and 40 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Judge. State offers what's in marked as State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments and so on.
No objections, judge.
Showing you what's entitled wavering consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same and the court is finding there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes,
Yes,
judge.
Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, judge, just a little matter afterwards with regards to asking that the deferred adjudication be transferred to Travis County.
All right. Mr. Ritchie, how often are you using drugs?
I've been clean ever since I got out, and I moved like locations. Since I'm not in the area anymore, I don't associate with anyone that does it.
Do you have any children?
No, Your Honor.
All right, how are you employed?
I do landscaping, but I have an interview, or I just did an interview. I have the drug test for my job at the Ford dealership tomorrow.
And how's that test gonna come out?
Clean.
All right. So what's your support system? I mean, do you have family? Who do you have to, you can talk to for advice?
I have family in the area. They also moved with me.
All right. And I'm sorry, counsel, where is this move?
He resides in Travis County now. And I can tell you from having represented him for a while now, that his mother is very involved in his life. And she is a very good support system for him.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. There's $1,000 fine that'll be probated. This run concurrent with County Court Cause number 667-678. Taking consideration NIMAG number 632-945, 632-946, 667. Oh, I'm sorry. This is run concurrent with 670-748. The case that's being taken in consideration is 667-678. There's going to be 40 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with the booster. Court is not requiring you to do that, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. I'm going to require proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors? And what are you doing in order to stay clean and sober? Did you do classes or anything?
I took an evaluation for Blue Bonnet Trails, which is a rehab in the Austin area. And I intend on doing that.
Okay, the defendant is participate in Blue Bonnet Trails. You're gonna have to sign a release to probation. What is Blue Bonnet Trails? What do you all do? Do you walk the trails? Because I mean, I'm and I'm being serious because I mean, it says Blue Bonnet Trails.
It's a rehabilitation program.
So is it inpatient, outpatient?
It's both, but it's gonna be an outpatient program.
Okay. All right, he's to complete the Blue Bonnet Trails program. And you're gonna have to sign a release. We'll do regular UAs, regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
I apologize. Did you say how many years?
3 years.
And is he being allowed to transfer or?
Yes, transfer to Travis County.
That was all.
All right, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. So here's the thing. Drugs, you never know what you're gonna get. You could take it and end up overdosing, could end up dying. Your mom would be very sad. And you'll be another person who's lost and who knows what you could have done with your life and how you could have contributed to society. So don't be that person where your attorney reads in the paper and she's like, oh my gosh, it's Richie. Don't be that person. All right. Take advantage of the Blue Bonnet Trail. And take advantage of Blue Bonnet Trails. All right. All right.
Texas.
Yeah. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You too. Yes. All right, so what is this on Jose Manjares?
Your Honor, the compliance hearing was scheduled yesterday. He's saying that he did not know yesterday, it was today, so he came today and he's been sitting there, but we didn't realize that what it was because it wasn't on the docket. So.
All right, Mr. Manjares, come forward. And we're not on the record.
No.
Hello. All right, Mr. Manjares, you're having issues. You're not able to stop using drugs on your own. All right, and I understand it's nice for you to reach out for help. So if you're drug tested today, what are you going to be positive for?
Positive for my woman.
And what else?
That's it.
All right, so why are you not stopping to use, why are you not stopping using marijuana?
I don't have an exact answer for that, but all I can say is I'm trying really hard to stop smoking.
All right, because this is a case where you could be sentenced to prison up to 10 years in prison. I don't think you want to go to prison for marijuana, right? And I know some places it's legal, but it's not legal here. And most definitely you can't do it while you're on probation. You understand? So what do you need to help with your sobriety?
But right now having a counselor that is gonna be talking to me weekly, like 3 times a week. And plus I think that's gonna be a lot of help for me to stop doing it.
All right. This is the last time I'm gonna try you with outpatient, okay? So probation, I want 2 things done. One, I want him to be referred to felony drug court. And you need to be honest with them. Felony drug court has a limited number of spaces. Number two, we're going to do intensive outpatient treatment until he's accepted to felony drug court. I'm going to want 90 sober meetings in 90 days. If you need to do more sober meetings than that, then you can do that. It's whatever you need to do to make sure you're clean and sober. You understand? Is there anything else we can do for him?
I think that's good. Do you want to do your analysis to track his?
Yes, let's do. They're going to be tested for levels. So those levels need to be start going down. And because you have someone to talk to, whenever you think about using, you need to call that person. All right. And what I can tell you is there should not be any marijuana in your home. That's too much temptation.
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else? Probation?
Are we gonna do that weekly or?
Weekly. Yes, he's going to need some accountability and that will help him with accountability.
All right.
And we're yeah, we'll do that. And then later, if he does well, we'll do the UA hotline.
Okay.
But I want those to see what those levels are. All right, they're going to go over that with you. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and then Mario Guerra. All right, Mr. Guerra, you can come forward. All right, Mr. Guerra, your defense attorney is in a jury trial, so they can't be here.
Okay.
So you need to sign this form.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes. All right, and there have been, I'm assuming there have been no other issues with unauthorized stops. So we will see you back here on January 17th. Let me give you a copy so that you can have it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
You too, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome. All right, and guys, I think we are done. Anybody, the people whose attorneys are not here?
Or tell me back at what time for Judy Wimmer's case?
Let me see the file on Judy Wormer. Which other cases do we have remaining here? Oh, could I see the defendant on Judy Wormer, please? Oh, come forward. Yes. All right, your attorney's not here. Are you employed?
No, ma'am.
All right, so we'll see you back here tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. You'll get a reset form.
Okay, yes.
And thanks for being on time. We'll see you back here on time tomorrow night. I remember. Good job.
Thank you.
And you were on time even though we changed courtrooms, so.
Right.
Yes, so you're doing great. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9.
Thank you.
Miguel Hernandez? On your client, Oscar Lopez, what is happening on this? He's supposed to be paying restitution. So has he paid the restitution?
Well, not all of it, Your Honor.
So Judge, from what I saw from the hot checks department, he had paid $1,000 back in September. And then there's still about $3,000 left. Defense has indicated that he's gonna make a $1,200 payment today.
All right, he needs to make that payment today. And then what is going to happen after he makes that payment today?
There's still the 1,800 that's left.
When is he paying that $1,800?
Pues es que son como 1,000 al mes.
Said you get something, get about 1,000 a month. So it'll probably about 60 days or a little less than 60 days.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna recall this for 60 days. I'm not recalling this again for him to pay off what he owes, if that's your agreement. All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a 60-day reset on Oscar Lopez?
Te va a dar una forma para ir a pagar 1,200, 1,200.
March 9th.
All right, we're gonna be back on March 9th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and what about Emmanuel Saldana? Joanne De Hoyos.
Oh, Judge, that's harassment of public servant. That's come back tomorrow, I believe.
Okay,
For possible plea.
all right, can I see the file on that one? And then we have Mario Medellin with Bob Hicks and Joshua Jackson with Ray Adams.
I can bring them back tomorrow, Judge.
All right, let's bring them back tomorrow. Then we are done for today, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.